Over the back.
You saw this?
Oh, no, I saw a different one. I'd like either he's trolling or this is the worst father of the year award.
Over the back.
I hope he's trolling and it's like their own house.
That's what I mean.
Oh, let's go. Come on, hurry up.
If you're not trolling, you know, it's candy. I understand that's a small stakes, but what type of human are you to just be
Right.
to be
It's
that
usually like
example
the
for your
dumb
daughter?
teenagers that do that.
Yeah, but no, you're a dad, and now you're just like that. You know, oh, dog eat dog world. You got to take what you can get, like all this shit. Like
Candy.
It's just such a.
You want your kid to have that much?
Just such a terrible way to go through life to live like that. Just
I hope it's fake.
only thinking about yourself at all times.
He had the home run turned into a double.
Oh yeah, we saw this was big news a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
That says that ball in his glove and his
This was crazy.
This
was big. This was huge news in the circuit, in the sports circuit. Literally pried it open.
Well, he won't be watching me.
Probably lifetime ban from the stadium.
Yeah.
I can't remember, like, so the ball did.
It was in the glove.
No, and then he literally pried it out, pops out.
Yes.
I don't know. I never followed up if they actually called him out. Like, that was clearly caught.
Wait, does that guy's feet have to touch the ground? Is it like football?
No, but you do have to have control of it before it pops
Right.
out of your glove, and like that could be argued that he didn't. But how do you?
I don't know, but that is perhaps one of the saddest thing I've seen a grown man do.
It's cool being a sports fan, but there's a lot of very sad sports fans out there that make it their entire life and their entire identity to be obsessed with a team of players that doesn't give a shit about them. I mean, it's like anything, celebrity worship. Like people just get, you know, they need they need a purpose. I'm cool with being a sports fan, but yeah, that's what I mean. He's also, I think one of the memes I saw is he's not only wearing the jersey, but he's wearing he's wearing like the pants and everything too. He's wearing like the full outfit, the full uni. And granted, like I have friends that would get drunk enough and probably do something that stupid. He's probably on like his 13th Bud Light.
He's on his 13th Bud Light. He should be hanging out at the urinal because all you're gonna be doing is peeing.
It's true, but you know those guys love their light beer. DoorDash driver fined $500 and banned from the app after spitting in a Whitby family's order, even after receiving a tip. What the f***, dude? Oh, they have little seals on them, huh?
I'll be right over.
On it. Yes.
Yes.
That one was broken. I don't understand why. Like, what's the even?
Yes.
I'm spitting in my drink.
Okay.
Why did you? This is for my son, my 2-year-old son. Why would you
I haven't
spit
seen
in my
him
drink?
around for a while.
So sorry, sir.
Why? I want to know why you did it.
I figured as much. Must be a hell of a mission.
For
if we went in
what?
solo.
We tipped you. What's the
So
problem?
how's it going?
Didn't have to
My
tell.
kids are my car.
Your kids are in your car, so you spit in my drink for my kids, right? Should I come spit in your kid's water bottle?
Then sir, I bring another two.
Should I spit in your kid's water bottle?
Sorry, sir. So sorry, sir. Then, so I'm so sorry.
So should my son drink this, or you should drink it? You drink it right now. You drink it, take that seal off, and you're gonna drink your
What am I
spit.
watching?
You broke the seal and you spit my drink, right?
Yep.
I have it on camera. My car records. My phone records.
Okay.
Everything records. Don't
So,
act like
the
you
big
didn't
guy.
do it. I have you on
I
camera.
haven't seen him around for a while.
Sir, I'm so sorry.
Drink your spit,
I figured as much.
okay?
Must be a hell of a mission if he went in solo.
I don't know that I would be able to control myself. That's like the most unnecessary and disrespectful thing you can do for a stranger. Like, ask
There's
some.
no.
There's no logical reason. Like, there was a tip already, like they
Like you
said.
said, I tipped you.
But now,
So sorry again.
Yeah, so sorry for spitting in my drink. Good for your kids. And your kids don't have seatbelts on. They should be in car seats.
Oh no.
Why do your kids not have seatbelts on?
Come nearby, so.
You just live nearby? They should have seatbelts on. Why do your kids not have car seats?
Booster seats. He's right.
Okay? Don't spit in my kid's drink. You never come to my house again. You understand?
Okay.
Don't ever come to my house again.
What a.
Huh?
Sure thing. So,
Get the
big
f*** out of
guy.
here.
I think I'm more mad about the car seats.
Yeah. Wait.
he's busy somewhere else.
You wait. Yeah, you wait. Wait right there.
Oh, there's a cop?
Didn't have to show.
Oh really?
Oh, let's go.
Oh.
Hey George, relax.
I'm gonna have something to say about the car seats.
Hey, George. Yeah, he did. He just told him no car seats. It's just a wild story altogether. I'm like speechless, really. I don't even have anything I can say about that. There's just,
Yeah.
I don't know. That's
Why?
when you just hope karma exists in that case. Like there's no type of chance if you put that type of energy in the universe, as stupid and esoteric as that sounds, that you're gonna receive any sort of bounty. That's just bad juju.
Like, this is what you're relying for.
I'm just glad the dude had a camera.
Employment to make money, and then you're gonna f with it?
I don't know. I'm just glad that dude had a camera.
Suspected bank robber got just what he wanted, to stay behind bars. He says he wanted to go to prison, so he held up a bank and asked for just $1.
There you go.
Court records
What?
in Salt
Good
Lake
social
City
experiment.
show the 65-year-old man entered a Wells Fargo bank, handed the teller a note that read, "Please pardon me for doing this, but this is a robbery. Please give me $1. Thank you." Well, the teller gave him the money and asked him to leave, but instead he asked the teller to please call the police.
Wow.
He reportedly later told officers that he wanted to go to federal prison and planned to rob another bank if he was released.
Bro, these Jehovah's Witnesses are getting out of hand. You know he was going in there to testify. Oh, I don't know. 65, you got a bucket list.
What?
Never been to prison. Like to try it out.
What?
The man's lonely. He just wants some friends.
That's my car. That is? That was my f***ing car. Are you kidding me?
So the car gets stolen. Police are there taking the report, and the car drives by.
Yeah.
I'd like to think they hopped in the car and pulled them over.
Never
They
returned to
couldn't
the
have gotten
scene
that
of a
far.
crash.
What happened next? From her comment, the car was recovered on the same day. Don't know what happened to the thief, but I did get it back from repairs 3 months later.
Oh.
Repairs? What the f happened to it?
A lot of these are just like shaking my head.
Dumb criminal trying to steal during Hurricane Hannah runs into some problems. Just walk in here and take these.
I'll be
Don't
right
need to
over.
pay for them. Why? What? Oh, got his license plate. Thanks for playing. Did he do
I'll be
something
right
stupid?
This car falls apart. Did you see the door?
Oh no! Yeah, that car is struggling. Oh. Oh yeah.
Affirmative.
Good luck, buddy. Hope that was worth it.
I'm gonna go ahead and say no.
No. Oh, I'm stealing because I don't. Life is hard and I can't afford these things that I should have just bought. Well, guess what? Going to jail and being out of work for stealing is going to make it even harder. So you're just shooting yourself in the foot.
Understood.
Like he fails on camera, so he's trying to cut the lock. Oh, that's pretty common these days. Does he eat it? Oh.
Negative. Okay.
He's like at a police station?
Oh, he is. He's at the Gladstone Police. Okay. Of all the places to steal a bike,
Affirmative.
that might be the last place I'd try. Maybe that guy also just wanted to go to prison.
Okay.
Apparently.
Hold up a bank for $1, try to steal a bike from a police station. These are all pretty good ways to get sent
of
to
cop in
jail.
the police
Yeah,
station.
these are all pretty good ways to get there.
Yep.
Homeowner snags purse from package thief's car. Oh, let's go. Actually love that. Love
Yes,
that.
and they dropped the package.
And they dropped the package and you got the purse. My
At
man.
least one. I don't know if there were multiple.
Let's go. Identity, the whole
Porch
nine.
pirates.
Thanks for
Scum of the
playing.
earth.
Yeah. The worst type of people.
Oh gosh, and it's like totally that time of year where you have to be super careful.
Dude,
It's
I love
Christmas time.
I love that this dude just yoinked the purse. That's so good because now
Oh, yeah.
they're sitting there like, oh, what do we
Now
do?
you
What
don't
do
have
we
your
do? Do I have to go
wallet.
back? Do I have to go back? Oh.
Understood.
A thief who steals from a thief shall have 100 years of forgiveness. We have that saying in Portuguese too.
Oh,
Right over.
I thought they were joking.
No.
Police officers from Eau Claire.
18-year-old male, a Beloit resident, had entered the bar
On it.
and was wearing a blue bandana over his face, and he had his hand in the waistband of his pants as if he had a weapon.
Understood.
My bartender heard an officer say, "Are you kidding me?"
The officers took Rucker
be
down,
right over.
thinking he was trying to rob the place. They were in town for the annual Wisconsin Professional
be
Police
right over.
Association golf outing held the next day.
There were about 20
Yes.
police officers,
I'll be
off-duty
right over.
officers in the
There
bar
for a golf
at
tournament?
the time.
Police
So I
didn't
actually just
find
heard a very
weapon,
similar
arrested
story.
Rucker for
I don't know,
Like this?
on the radio. I don't know where it took place, but yeah, something similar. There were a bunch of off-duty cops doing like shop with a cop at like a
Ready for duty?
Walmart, I want to say,
Okay.
and someone was in there trying to
Yoink
steal
some stuff? Yeah.
and
Okay.
it didn't go so well.
Yeah, that's good. We like that.
Disorderly conduct. He was held at the Rock County Jail on a probation hold.
it.
The Eau Claire officers went home with a great story, but they wanted evidence to show it really happened.
It just happened so quick, and after that, it tended to be the joke of downtown. The officers
assist.
requested we burn some video for them because nobody was going to believe them without pictures.
The most impressive part of all this, if you watch that video very closely, the officers did it all without putting their beers down. I also spoke to Eau Claire's Police Chief Jerry Matisic, who says he expects his officers to be professional whether they're on duty or not.
There you go. That's always the litmus test for if you pulled something off correctly, is if you saved the beer or not.
Right.
Like every time someone's catching a fly ball in the outfield, it's like, oh,
Oh, and they still got a beer in the hand.
I showed you that one recently.
Yes.
The dude who was holding a baby,
yeah.
and a beer. It was a line drive fly ball. He literally somehow momentarily drops the baby, catches the ball, and scoops the baby before it falls. Beer saved. It's probably the most impressive thing I've ever seen in my life, quite frankly.
Unlike the guy who tried to steal the ball out of the outfielder's hand.
Yeah, that he was the opposite of impressive.
Yes.
Those are like the two polar opposite baseball fans.
Yeah.
There does seem to be a correlation between how stupid you are and your propensity for doing illegal activities.
Yeah.
There's definitely smart
Because there's
people.
just like this delusion that you think you're going to get away with it or something, or you just don't think it through.
I just think
And there's no like consideration
I-
of consequences.
I just think humanity in general is just pretty stupid. I'm not saying I'm a genius by any means, but
You got common sense.
yeah, I have enough common sense to not do some dumb shit like this. And I hope you do too. If you have enough common sense to watch a Lush Life video, you're already in the clear. I know that much. Thanks for being here with us. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. And if you're going to kill your wife to collect insurance, please do not spend 24 hours Google searching ways to dispose of a body. That's the lesson here. See you soon.
The only
Peace.
way whistling should be used. Yes. Okay.
Yun may tubig. Kanina talaga nung binuhat ko, maraming lobas sa tubig.
Glad to assist.
Bad experience. Alam nyo guys, nung nag-range test ako ng drone, ay may nangyaring hindi maganda. Bagamat na-test natin yung range ni Potensic Atom 2, nasubukan natin yung Find My Drone na feature niya. Ang masaklap, basa yung aking EcoFlow River 3 UPS. Nasa top box kasi ng motor ko nung tumawid ako sa ilog kasi nga hinahanap ko yung drone. Nakita ko rin yung drone. Nadulas yung motor, natumba yung motor, sunod-sunod yun, lumutang na yung power station. Ewan kung aandar pa to ngayon. Pero ayon kay EcoFlow River 3 UPS ay waterproof yung kanyang battery. Sa bagay, totoo naman kasi nga meron siyang mga silicone glue dito. Yung kanyang board ay coated ng clear. Siguro epoxy yan. So nakalas ko na. Hindi ko alam kung gagana ito, pero subukan natin kasi sabi ko na nga, lumutang to sa tubig. Sana may feature ito na patutulugin niya yung battery na walang lalabas na kuryente pag nakapatay siya. Sana nakasurvive sa paliligo sa tubig. Nakataob to nakabaliktad sa tubig. Hindi ko na nabidyuhan. Nakaganyan lumulutang siya. So yun ang nangyari. So ngayon ay kakalasin natin, patutuyan natin, tapos saka natin siya susubukan.
Yes.
Yung display sana hindi pinasok ng tubig. Sana. Sana. Kakalasin ko lahat, then patutuyuan. Saka natin susubukan.
Yes.
Yan may tubig. Kanina talaga nung binuhat ko, maraming lobas sa tubig. Bad experience.
On the move. Yep.
Yeah. So wala na dito.
Coming right over.
Try natin tanggalin dito. Kasi dito nakakalas din. Ayun. Ayun dito.
I'll be there. Yes. Yes.
tanggalin na natin sa battery. So sa tingin ko itong battery nito pag
To assist.
On it.
pinatay na siya nakapatay naman siya kitde, ay natutulog siya. So walang lumalabas dyan. Ewan lang dito sa mga malilit na cord niya kung may lumalabas para sa kanyang standby. Meron pa dito.
Coming right over. Okay.
Itong battery niya, minsan hindi ko pa nabuksan to kaya fully sealed yan. Yun o. So tanggalin na natin dito. Kung sa bagay, kung titingnan natin maigi, yung mga loob ng mga port niya hindi pinasok ng tubig. Dito hindi. Hindi. Dito sa AC pwede. So ang gagawin natin ay patutuyuan natin. So parang hindi naman pinasok yung ating display, nag-moist lang siya sa loob, nagpawis. Sana hindi siya nasira, hindi pinasok.
On the move.
So yan, patutuyuan muna natin. Tutulungan na lang natin ng hair dryer kasi makulimlim.
On the move.
Tapos tong battery, pagpag na lang natin. Ayan o.
Coming right
Grabe.
over.
So, ayon kay EcoFlow ay IP54 naman to. Malamang yung mga dito, meron siyang seal.
Gonna make use of what's at hand.
So, ngayon, patutuyuan natin
Ready for
kahit
duty.
yung blower niya. Ayan.
What's next?
Ayan guys, so yung board niya ay fully coated. Lahat coated siya oh. Yung tubig
Okie dokie.
ay nabuo siya oh. Wala lang dito sa gilid kasi wala namang pyesa dyan eh. Dito ay coated siya.
No problem.
Ayos.
Okie dokie. Let's go.
So patayin natin, saka natin
I'll be right
subukan. Ayun oh. Nagbubukol-bukol yung tubig. Ibig sabihin coated siya.
Understood.
Insulated. Tapos yung display sana hindi siya nasira.
I'll be right over.
Okay, check na lang natin sa connector niya, baka mamaya pati doon pinasok.
Affirmative.
Much later.
Watch your step.
Hopefully yung kanyang display walang tubig sa loob.
I'll be right over.
Tapos itong heatsink na ito sa ilalim, sana walang nakapasok na tubig at walang stock.
Finally, some action.
Much later.
Kaya basa. Lipat tayo dito sa kabila kasi itong solar panel parang mabibitak yung kanyang salamin. Naididiin eh. Lumutang to sa tubig. Oops!
I'll be right over. I'll be right over.
Videohan ko pa sana kaya lang pipili no, bibidyohan mo pa or i-save mo yung unit.
Rather smoke it myself.
Yung iba kasi bibidyohan muna eh. Pero ako hindi ko naisip na uunahing i-play yung camera kaysa yung unit. Sayang to guys, mahal din to. Una-una ay branded siya. So sa tingin ko matibay din naman. So 3 oras ko na siya guys na drenay sa araw. At ang balak ko bubuksan ko pa sana yung battery pack pero hindi na. Kasi nga tiwala naman ako na hindi siya pinasok. Yung mga silicone niya hindi pa nabuksan. Tapos talaga hindi ko pa binuksan yan guys. Kaya walang duda na talaga walang nakapasok dyan. Tapos sa tingin ko dry naman na siya eh. Importante kasi na talagang madry ng husto yung nasa ilalim. Tapos itong transformer, mga ferrite core. Okay naman na.
I'll be right over.
So subukan natin kung hindi siya na damage. Sana tulog yung battery niya noon or walang lumalabas. So i-try natin, sana mag-on siya.
I'll be right over.
Ayun. Haha, 100% nag-on pa rin. AC. Yun. DC. Ayos. Ayos. Walang problema. Hindi siya nasira. Wala, lumutang to sa tubig eh. Yan, okay naman. Umandar siya oh. 100% yung battery. So, naka-off siya ngayon. Tingnan natin kung tulog din yung kanyang battery.
Affirmative.
Ayan.
Ready for duty?
Ah, buhay. Buhay na buhay. Nasa 20 volts DC. So buhay na buhay siya. So i-try natin na on natin muna. I-press natin ng 10 to 20 seconds.
Understood.
Para tuluyang mag-off. Pero galing ah. Nag-auto shutdown yung kanyang BMS. Meron pa rin. Pero bilib ako, walang nasira dito.
Affirmative.
Lumutang to sa tubig eh. Visible yung kanyang display. Hindi siya nasira. I-try natin i-connect sa phone kung walang na-damage. Kita ba? Parang hindi kita. Yan o.
I'll be right over.
Ayun, connected siya. Galing. Percentage. Ayos! Connected siya. Walang naging problema. Ayan. So walang problema sa app. Walang problema sa Bluetooth module. Kung walang naging problema sa Bluetooth module, pati sa Wi-Fi module niya. Subukan natin on via app. Ayan, nag-on yung AC. DC. So gusto ko makita kung yung waveform niya ay malinis pa rin. Okay, so i-check natin kung pure sine wave pa rin. Ayan, pure sine wave pa rin. Wala na pinagbago. So ang lupit ni ni EcoFlow, kahit basang-basa, lumutang siya sa tubig eh. Basang-basa siya, tapos nung ganun ko, ang daming lumabas sa tubig. Ayun. Pinag-nervyos ako ah. Something linis lang yan. Okay, so ayos.
Let's go. Affirmative. Took me ages to learn. I whistle and they come running. Affirmative. I'll be right over. Uh-huh. Understood. I whistle and they come running. Took me ages to learn. Affirmative.
On it.
What's next? Let's go. I'll be right over. Yes. Affirmative.
Sure thing. Yeah. No problem.
Let's go. The only way whistling should be used. Yep. I'll be right over. Understood. Understood. Yes. Okay. Okay.
I'm Chris, and this is the Mansion. Come on in.
You call it the Mansion?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Van Mansion.
At this waist fan, now this is no normal waist fan, this one's 130 bucks, but it's from the makers of this $180 neck fan that I really like. It's got some unique features, so let's see if it's worth the price in today's video. All right, this is the Coolify Zone from Taurus. Let's take a closer look. Now this is 130 bucks. They say it offers an unparalleled full body cooling, especially when you pair it with their neck fan. They say it creates a cooling zone from the waist to the head. It keeps you dry and comfortable at all times with the two fans that are in here. They say it absorbs heat, prevents sweating, maintains a temperature of 77 degrees Fahrenheit. The battery life is 5 to 15 hours, depending on what mode you use. It also has a 4,000 milliamp hour battery. It's a USB-C rechargeable. This includes a phase change material which absorbs heat. They also include two different belts which are elastic, so pretty much can fit any size waist from 21.65 up to 46.46. There aren't many reviews on Amazon for this. I'm kind of on my own as far as this goes. It seems like it's brand new. I have the larger strap here, so let me just see. It looks pretty simple as far as that goes. Now they say you can wear it inside or outside of your shirt. I'm gonna try outside first. Now on the outside, I don't feel that phase change material so well. Let me press the button here, see what we got. I'm on low right now and I feel a little bit. I guess I feel it kind of blowing up on my face. It's pleasant. It's not strong, but it's pleasant. Medium is a significant jump from low, and high is even, it's kind of loud, but I definitely feel it. Now the phase change material, I kind of feel a little bit. It feels a little bit cool, but it's not overly cold. All right, now under my shirt, the strap I can kind of feel. It's not overly comfortable here. I can kind of feel it against my skin, not great. The phase change material, I do feel it feels cool against the skin. Let me try hitting the button through my shirt here. Well, that feels pretty nice. Feels pretty nice. That's low, but it really is only cooling this much. All right, medium is stronger and high is quite good. It's nice, it feels good actually. Let me pair it with their fan here, let's see what we got. Oh yeah, I have to admit, I feel breeze from here to here. That's a nice pairing, and this one has a really good neck plate. I'm not sure if their phase change material is as cold as this neck plate, but I do feel a little bit.
Understood.
I guess I can see how you'd want it inside your shirt for sweat or outside your shirt for your face. So both ways seem like they'd work. I also noticed they had some people showing it on their back. I guess to keep their back from sweating, so I don't know. I'm gonna have to take this outside and give it a real world test in the desert heat. Let's go check it out. One of the reasons the weather's perfect to test this out is because it's not only warm outside, but it's also a slight breeze. Can this compete with a slight breeze? Let's find out. On low, do I feel it on my face over this mild breeze out here? Not at all. I don't feel it. It kind of dissipates by about right here.
That's not possible.
You see medium. Not really, no, not really. High, all right, I feel high. I feel on high. It barely competes with this very mild breeze though. I feel it, not very strong. I feel the phase changing material though, so that's good. Because I feel like even just the mildest of breezes, only a couple mile-an-hour breeze, it's not even really competing with it. Bailey, do you want some here? How's it smell? In the shirt now, I have it off right now, let's see. I do feel the phase changing material once again. It feels cool, not cold, but it does feel nice. The strap doesn't feel that comfortable though, once again. Don't like the way the strap feels. It should be padded or something. Let me turn it on. Oh, now I feel that. I feel it under my shirt. That's pretty nice. That feels pretty good. I mean, that's just on low. Let's keep going. Medium, even better. I feel it, even in the breeze. And high, I definitely feel that. Oh, I definitely feel it. All right, I mean, it's not as cold as I would like it to be, but it's certainly better than nothing. All right, so it looks like the phase change material is completely liquid now. It didn't take that long, but it is liquid now. Let's do a quick check with the thermal imager. I'm gonna try it with or without a shirt on. Let's see how it looks. Well, you can see the fan itself does seem cooler than the surrounding area, so that's good. So it does seem to be cooler. From my perspective, the fans are cooler than the surrounding areas also. Let me see how it feels against my skin now. All right, here I am, shirtless, and you can see it is certainly cooler. Let me leave this on for a little bit, and I'm gonna check back in a few minutes and see if there's any kind of a cool spot on my skin. I'm starting to get some cool spots on my skin where the fans are blowing, so it's certainly working. It's certainly cooling me down. Let me lift this up a little bit. Still nothing there. The phase change material, I think, has gotten just too warm. It seems like the cooling on the neck fan is more pronounced. In fact, if I take the fan off, look, already got a cold spot there. I don't get that cold spot with the waist fan, unfortunately. Oh well. You know, after using this for a couple days, I will say I like it a little bit better, but I definitely have some pros and cons to report, such as, if you wear it outside your shirt, it kind of looks like a fanny pack. When you wear it inside your shirt, it looks like there's something kind of going on inside your shirt. I've actually found wearing it much higher, almost to my chest, works better. It reduces the distance between the fan and your face, and this is where I get sweaty, so to me, way up here kind of works better, although that is kind of strange too. Using it when there's not much breeze or indoors, it actually feels pretty good. You start moving around a lot or you get a breeze, it's not nearly as effective. I do think that wearing it higher up does seem to alleviate that a little bit though. I do like the phase change material when it works, but to me it doesn't really last very long. Like right now, it's already pretty warm. And finally, and I would say most importantly, would be that I think my expectations were just too high for this fan because their neck fan was so good. Even though it's 180 bucks, this is the Rolls Royce of neck fans. I think they can get away with it because it's so good. This one I used when I was sick and had a fever to keep me cool. When my neck was sore, I used it to apply heat. When you put it around your neck, it's only inches from your face. This one, when you move around or introduce wind, it really isn't as effective. The cooling plates on this one are much better than the phase change material on this one. This is good. It might even be the best waist fan out there, but I think that most people would find even half the cost to be kind of expensive. $130, that's a tough sell. They should sell these as a bundle to help people save some money, because I do think they pair well together. But if you've used a waist fan like this, tell me what you think in the comments below. I appreciate you watching, and I'll see you next time.
Ready for duty? Verdächtig. Ich gehe mal dorthin. Verdächtig. Affirmative. Ich gehe mal dorthin.
What would you say to those who are just kind of overly critiquing the film at this point? You've worked so hard on it.
I'm getting on a car. Hold on. Here. Yeah, hold on.
All right. Congrats, Rachel.
Excuse me. Your curtain. Please allow me to help.
Help? From you?
I didn't mean to offend. I just thought you should know that.
That I should know what? That some privileged white guy thinks his opinion matters? Get over your entitlement. I'm not some damsel in distress waiting for you to ride in on your high horse.
No, White by the Brothers Grimm. Great little fairy tale. Leave it as is. If you don't like it, make your own one.
It's not been rewritten,
It has been rewritten.
When Rachel says, so we're not doing that this time.
I just want to tell you guys about a incredible movie that just came out, Snow White. Wow. I just got to tell you, best movie I've seen in years, and there have been some really, really good films lately. Madam Web, Rebel Moon Part 1, that movie, that transgender one with the Mexican drug lord. But Snow White blows them all away. Chat, this movie has everything horrifying CGI little people, check. A feminist princess who don't need no man, double check. Diddy dance party at the end, double Diddy check. All this to say, go see Snow White right now. The new one. Not that old stupid one where the princess gets saved by some good, upstanding guy.
And there are 18 hours in a dress of an iconic Disney princess. I deserve to be paid for every hour that it is streamed.
Snow White gets her name, not from the fairness of her skin, as we obviously know. Rachel Zegler would be a miscast in that sense. Instead, she gets her name from surviving a snowstorm.
I can also be having the greatest time and simultaneously wishing people would stop sending me death threats.
I am walking into Snow White, 2 p.m., now seating. Let's see how empty it is. I hope it's off the woke we go. I hope. Sound like I hear a couple of people.
Affirmative.
1, 2. Okay. 2.
Affirmative. Okay.
What do you get when you hand a fairy tale to a billion-dollar studio, give the lead role to a rising star with a hot mic, and sprinkle in enough Twitter backlash to drown a Pixar sequel? You get Snow Woke. This wasn't just a movie. It was a movement, a reimagining, a live-action reboot soaked in feminism, filtered through CGI and backed by the kind of PR disaster you usually only see when celebrities tweet from the toilet. Rachel Zegler, the breakout star of West Side Story, was meant to be Disney's next Golden Girl. But somewhere between calling Prince Charming a stalker and trying to redefine what Snow White actually means, she walked straight into a buzzsaw made of memes, Reddit threads, and angry Gen X moms. And then The Simpsons got involved. Bedazzled mockery to the hindmost. But how did a project with so much money, legacy, and studio firepower end up as the punchline of the decade? And why is Rachel Zegler, once poised to be the face of a new Disney era, now being quietly removed from the Magic Kingdom like an old animatronic with bad optics? Let's break it all down. From the dress to the dwarfs to the downfall. Because this isn't just about a movie flop. It's about what happens when Hollywood tries to rewire nostalgia and ends up frying its own circuits. Once upon a time, in a Zoom audition far, far away, Rachel Zegler got cast as Snow White. It was supposed to be a win for representation, progress, and Disney's eternal quest to remake every animated film until the earth burns. Zegler had just crushed it in West Side Story. Critics loved her. And Disney needed a new face to slap on lunchboxes and theme park merch. She was talented, telegenic, and bilingual, a triple threat. But instead of leaning into the legacy, Rachel chose violence. In early interviews, she called the original 1937 film weird, side-eyed the prince for being too kissy, and made it clear she was not here to sing about love. Her Snow White, she said, was dreaming of power, not romance. Every studio hopes their star says something viral during press tours, just not like this.
Understood.
Clips of Zegler casually roasting the original film began circulating faster than a Disney Plus subscription cancellation.
That's not possible.
She said she wouldn't be saved by a man. She said she hated the prince. She said the old version of Snow White was boring.
I'll be right over.
Which, fine, but maybe don't say that while promoting the new one. What Disney wanted was fresh and modern. What they got was smug and sarcastic. The interviews didn't land as empowered. They landed as, why is she even doing this movie? It was the cinematic version of attending a wedding and starting your toast with, I never liked the groom anyway. And just when fans were still clutching their poisoned apples, Disney made a move no one saw coming, and no one really liked. They scrapped the dwarfs. Yes, in an attempt to modernize and avoid stereotypes, Disney replaced the 7 iconic little guys with a grab bag of magical creatures. Think of it as diversity by committee, but worse. Even Peter Dinklage, yes, that Peter Dinklage, clapped back, saying the studio missed the point. Instead of creating a better story with real representation, they just erased the characters entirely. And to add insult to, well, dwarf erasure, they left one token little person among a crew of CGI extras, which felt less like progress and more like checkbox casting with a budget. The internet had a field day. The memes were ruthless. And Rachel Zegler? Well, she wasn't the one making those casting decisions, but the public didn't care. To them, she was the face of the whole messy remake. At this point, the backlash was already boiling. But then The Simpsons showed up like the drunk uncle at Thanksgiving, late, loud, and ready to roast everyone. Bring out the 12-pack of malt liquor talls. In one of their most direct parodies ever, The Simpsons aired an episode featuring Snow Woke, complete with a Ziegler lookalike who rants about the patriarchy and demands to be crowned queen of diversity. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't kind. It was a comedic body slam.
Are you Anthony Mendoza?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Mendoza was previously in court and entered pleas of true to counts 1 through 13 in a motion to revoke probation. Currently on probation for driving while intoxicated, third or more. That was a 6-year sentence that was probated for 6 years. I've received an updated pre-sentence report. Has everyone had an opportunity to review that report?
Yes, sir, we have.
Are there any additions or corrections to that report? All right, Mr. Parker, you may proceed.
Well, a couple things I want to address. It's a situation I see quite a bit where he's ordered to have to scram and interlock. It's costing $600 a month, and he's having to go to work, but yet he's not supposed to drive from something. And so he's driving with an invalid license, and he's not able to work, and he can't afford to pay for the things he needs to do, such as the 12-step program, the GED program, all those things require money, and that's one of the big issues. But the things I'm concerned about is that it says that he went to the safety relapse program. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but he says he never went to the safety relapse program. I don't know if he was ordered to go and he didn't go, but I think he was in custody at the time, and I'm not sure how that happened. But he also says he's never tested positive for cocaine, which is alleged in here. It addresses an issue that he apparently had with one of the directors of the facility where he became combative. And this also, in turn, is tied to a scram device. He ended up developing a big sore on his ankle, so he would put his sock behind the scram device. And in this incident, he was frustrated, and he wanted to take his boot off to show the director the problem that he had. And that's when they were saying that he was being disruptive. He has no other felonies, Judge. And he wants the opportunity to go back to he wants to complete his probation. He wants to do the safety relapse. I'd like to hear what they say and what happened with that, but I'm sure right over. And I think you'd also want to.
Well, let me first make sure I've got the timeline, because it appears that I see that safety he completed and then was placed on zero tolerance in the high-medium caseload. And after that, there was an issue where he was testing positive, again, for alcohol and cocaine, which I understand he denies the cocaine, but that's what this alleges. And in October of 2022, I'm assuming through an administrative hearing, was granted relapse safe P.
Yes, sir. There was a motion to revoke that was filed and came before the court, and he was
I'll be right over.
ordered to go to relapse safe P, and he absconded.
Affirmative.
So he wasn't in custody?
No.
Okay. And then, so we didn't see him again until August 11th of 2023 when he was arrested in Houston.
Let's go.
Finally, some action.
So here's the thing. whether you probably didn't get any paperwork. Come up here to the front, in the middle here. From at least October of 2022 until August 11th of 2023, you wouldn't have known about anything because you quit going to probation. You were an absconder. And the only reason we found you is because you were arrested in Houston for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. And then in May, we get you back here and you were sanctioned to 180 days in jail. So this is the third time, it looks like to me, that you would have been given an opportunity to remain on probation. Gave you upfront time, continue you on probation. Courtesy supervision was sent to Harris County, and then we have the SCRAM device issues still, alcohol violations, interlock violations, aggressive behavior, ongoing alcohol use. So if you didn't do the relapse safe P, it's not anyone's fault other than your own, because if you didn't know about it, it's because you weren't going to probation. Mr. Nichols?
Judge, I think it's pretty clear. He was put on zero tolerance a couple of years ago, and here we are on the second time.
Third.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
And I don't know what else we could do. So obviously I agree with the probation department's recommendation for revocation. I think he's had more than enough chances, Judge. In fact, there was one thing I don't make the court aware of. If I can call Ms. Martinez real quick.
Yeah, sure. Ms. Martinez, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear affirm the testimony you're going to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Go ahead.
Ms. Martinez, you were supervising, Mr. Mendoza was on Harris County supervision.
Yes.
And you were the Jefferson County officer responsible for monitoring, is that correct?
Yes.
And back in October, when he started having these violations and the warrant was issued, did you advise him to turn himself in?
Yes.
And what was his response to you?
He had responded with an email that said, ha.
Took me ages.
That was his only reply to you. Did I ask you to print me out a copy of that?
Yes.
Showing you what Marvin Stakes did. One, purposes of this hearing, is this a copy of the email with his reply to you?
Yes.
I'll tender to the defense attorney, Your Honor. Tender to the court. For purposes of this hearing, I'll offer States Exhibit 1.
It's admitted.
And is that pretty consistent with his level of cooperation and attempts to probation while he's been supervised?
Yes, sir.
No other questions, Your Honor.
Any questions?
Just a couple. I want to clarify on the relapse program. You said he was in, y'all came to court on motion to revoke. Is that my understanding?
Ready for duty.
And so the safety relapse was ordered by Judge West.
Yes.
And when he was here, the defendant was here. Mr. Mendoza was here that time.
Yes, sir.
Well, wouldn't he have been taken into custody?
Let me make sure, because I wasn't supervising.
Okay.
Let's go.
It looks like the hearing was completed over the phone. He wasn't on here. It was over the phone with the supervisor at that time. Due to him residing in Houston, he reported he had a lack of transportation to report back to the hearing at that time because he had tested positive for alcohol and cocaine. The supervisor had recommended complete relapse safety and issue a warrant for his arrest. So he wasn't made aware at that time that he was going to have a warrant and they were requesting relapse safety.
I have no further questions of her, Judge.
Right,
I
anything
have no
else?
other questions for Ms.
Your Honor.
Martinez.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
I think he wanted to address the court, but we never did because we
Sure.
talked with her.
Go ahead.
Would you like to tell the court?
Keep the hands out of the jaws.
Do you want to tell the court?
Affirmative.
Nobody's saying you went to safety twice. We're saying you went to safety. Hold on, don't listen. I'm going to let you talk, but don't talk over me. We're saying that you went to safety and then that you were ordered to go to the safety relapse, but you never came and turned yourself in after that phone call where you were told that there was to be a warrant for your arrest. So no, you never went to safety relapse.
I'll be there.
Go ahead.
She said I was supposed to turn myself in. That was after I used the 9 words where
coming right over.
assault. Yes. Dropped to a misdemeanor terrorist threat.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was here, y'all let me out. And then I was trying to work, and they kept saying that I was messing with the spam device.
Okay.
So I was actually at work when she sent me the message to my phone. And I was trying to work and trying to pay, for the devices and stuff. Since they were violating me for operating my truck without court permission.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when I just didn't turn myself in.
Right.
Yes.
So did you respond? Is that email? That was
Yes,
what.
ma'am.
That's what you thought about all that?
Yes, ma'am. I did actually see that.
You thought that was funny?
It's because
Glad to assist.
agitated.
Okay.
I was taking charge at work.
Okay.
And I was trying to do things, trying to make money to take the classes, but with being on the spam device.
Well, you had money to buy alcohol. You hadn't, because you kept drinking, because you kept messing. I mean, Mr. Mendoza, you have been given so many opportunities on this probation, and I understand that those things are expensive. However, if you had at any time stopped testing positive and having blood alcohol readings that were positive on those things, then you could have eventually gotten off of those. I don't keep people on those for very long. But the reason we had to keep doing it for you is because you kept drinking. You kept messing up. And so you don't get to say, I kept messing up. I mean, seriously, you got the initial probation in 2021. You got relapse. I mean, you got safety. You got some upfront time because of the Harris County issue. Didn't revoke you. Haven't revoked you 3 times. Haven't revoked you. And here we are with all of these violations.
Through your TVCJ program, I was
affirmative.
The only time I had issues when I had football and I got from the halfway house. That's the only reason they said I absconded from the TVCJ program.
Okay.
I've actually done well through the program, through the supervisor division. The only time I messed up was when they stopped supervising me and made me go do these things by myself.
Well, I mean, how old are you? How old are you?
43.
43 years old.
And I have no felonies on my record except for this.
That doesn't mean anything. You have this felony and you have 6 years hanging over your head. And you've been given all the tools. You went to SafeP, you got aftercare. At some point, you have to take those tools and do for yourself and not come in and say, well, they made me do it for myself, so it's somebody else's fault that I kept drinking. We gave you the tools. We're done. At this, we're done. No, we're done. Mr. Mendoza, turn around. You can say whatever you want, but you're going to face me and you're going to get your sentence.
Sure thing.
And if at this time I could give you more, I would, I promise you, but I can't. So I'm going to find that you entered your pleas of true to counts 1 through 13 freely and voluntarily. Find those counts true. Find sufficient evidence to revoke your probation, and at this time revoke your probation. Sentence you to 6 years in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Corrections. You will receive credit on that sentence for any time that you've been in custody that the law gives you the right to receive. I'm going to hand you a certification of your right to appeal. This was not an agreement, so you do have some rights to appeal. Y'all need to sign that before you leave right now. You need to sign that you're getting a copy of it, and then we'll give you your copy, and then when you're done with that, you can go back with the bailiff. There you go. That was a first.
Understood.
I need a moment.
Yes. Yes. Yep. Yes. Yep. Uh-huh. I'll be right over. Prepare for impact.
On it. Uh-huh.
Ready for duty? Affirmative.
Yeah? On the move.
Ready for duty?
Hmm?
Let's go.
Sure thing. On it.
What's next?
Okay. Okay. No problem. Why don't you try it?
Glad to assist.
Our story begins in Carlsbad, New Mexico. On the afternoon of March 2nd, 2014, Carlsbad Emergency Dispatch received an alarming call.
Carlsbad 911, what is your emergency?
Yes, my girlfriend left last night. We were at the Stevens Bar and I'm staying in the hotel there, and she hasn't made it back to the hotel. I don't know where she went. She was talking about leaving with some other guy, and she hasn't made it back.
Okay, and where are you at?
The Stevens Inn.
What room?
402.
What is your name?
It's Robert Early. I've been pacing since 5:30 this morning.
Okay.
Just because she was pretty intoxicated, and she had some insecurities. And
okay, what is her name?
Emily Lambert. I didn't know, maybe she got picked up for PI. Maybe she walked down the road. She was in a really cute dress and some high heels, and I had her ID, and her phone was in the room on the charger. We took my phone, and I really didn't think anything of it because she was like, well, this guy over here has been hitting on me, and he said, if you're not going to treat me right, then he'll take me home. And I was like, whatever, if that's what you really want.
Okay, what color dress?
It was like white and black, with black high heels, with little bitty silver balls, I think, on the bottom of the heel. And her purse is in the car, but she don't have anything with her. I drove it up and down the street to look to see if she was walking down the road or something.
Uh-huh.
And I haven't seen her, and I've talked to her parents, to her ex-husband. Nobody's heard from her.
Is her phone in the room, or her purse is in the car?
Yeah, her phone is here.
Let me go ahead and have an officer come see you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
3 days earlier, February 28th, 2014, in Bedford, Texas. 30-year-old elementary school teacher Emily Lampert had planned a weekend getaway. As a full-time teacher and single mother of two, Emily occasionally had her parents watch her children. This allowed her to meet up with her boyfriend, 33-year-old Robert Early, who worked over 400 miles away on an oil rig in Carlsbad, New Mexico. Donna Koenig said her daughter Emily seemed happy with Robert. One of the things she enjoyed most about him was how good he was with her children. Stephen Koenig said his daughter planned to have a relaxing weekend in Carlsbad and return Sunday, mid to late afternoon. After an 8-hour drive, Emily met Robert at the Stevens Inn, where he's living, as he searched for something more permanent. Everything appeared well until 2 days later when Emily was to return. Donna received an unexpected message from Robert saying to call him. She called him back and asked if there was a problem. Robert said that Emily was missing. He told Donna that they were having a good time throughout the day on Saturday, but that night they had gotten into an argument at the bar and Emily stormed out. Robert said that he hadn't seen her since. He said he could not contact her because she had left her phone in the hotel room. Emily's car was still in the parking lot. Donna advised him to call the police. Robert made the 911 call reporting her missing, which is the call you heard earlier. Donna said that this wasn't like Emily. She never left her girls and loved her teaching job. Carlsbad detectives Scott Naylor and Blaine Rennie went to the Stevens Inn. Detective Rennie said that they rarely receive calls on missing adults. Investigators did not audio or video record Robert's initial statements inside the hotel room. Later that day, Robert provided his account during a formal interview. The detective had him start when Emily arrived in Carlsbad. To save time, I will summarize what happened Friday evening and Saturday morning. Emily arrived in Carlsbad on Friday at around 10 p.m. Robert and Emily spent a few hours at the hotel bar, and then, at around midnight, the couple retired to the hotel room for the night. On Saturday, the couple spent the first half of their day at restaurants and bars in nearby towns. Here is Robert's account for the rest of that day.
We headed to Route 21.
Okay. Why did you decide to go to Route 21?
Because Emily wanted something to wear, and I wanted to get. I mean, I had button-up dress, I had button-up shirts and stuff. But I was like, if I see a cool shirt, I'm gonna get one. And she said on the way there, she was like, well, I like you in teal and I like you in blue. I was like, okay, well, if we see anything like that, then we'll pick out something.
Understood.
And we pulled in there, and it looked like almost every store was closed by the time we got there. It was dark. And we went into Route 21. She looked around. She was wanting a dress originally, but she didn't see any dresses she liked.
So you didn't buy anything there?
No, she would. She got a cute little dress she seen that had this kind of looked like makeshift cups kind of on it, and it was white black. Went down, and from here down it was see-through. So while I was waiting in the line, she was searching for pants, some sort of panties to cover it up, because the ones that she had brought were more sexy. And she ended up getting a black pair that said "badass" on the back, on the butt. We purchased our things, left, got in the car, back to the hotel. No, I think I got a grape and an orange crush drink to mix with the vodka. Pulled into the Stevens, we made a mixed drink. While we started getting ready, we went to Trinity's. She got wine. I had Blue Moon.
So just you and her went to Trinity?
Yes.
Okay.
I have just several pictures from Trinity's.
Why did you take pictures at Trinity's?
Because we always take pictures of each other.
Yep.
She was being goofy and said something about, do you like to take a lot of pictures? She's got some insecurities and stuff, and she was like, you always why do you like to take so many pictures of me? Always wanting to know. Always want to know, do you like me? She's one of those girls. And so I was like, really, she started clicking away. I think I took like 6 or 7 pictures. And
so she was asking you why you take pictures of her.
Sure thing.
So much. She was like, you really just like.
Is that what she asked you?
Mm-hmm. She was like, why are you taking so many pictures? And I was like, because I think you look sexy.
And then what happened?
Then we came back to the Stevens, made another drink, killed half of it. I killed half of it. She killed half of it, and then we walked over to the Stevens bar.
Okay. About what time was that?
8-ish.
8-ish.
Something like that. No, I had some Miller Lights. I think I had a vodka OJ. I had a couple of Vegas bombs. Emily came up with her own drink called the Texas, which is 1800 and something else dressed. David had bought us 3 or 4, 5 rounds pretty quickly. Then I think Emily got a round of shots. I'm not sure if we actually had a round of shots on the tab. I didn't include my tab on that night. Gabe beat me in the first game of pool we played. I played some more. Emily had gone to the bathroom a couple of times and told me that every time she went to the bathroom, she was getting hit on. I don't really think nothing of it because she gets hit on everywhere she goes. The third time she came back, or the time she had this, she was like, this guy over here, she's like, if you don't want to take care of me, or you don't take care of me right, he'll take me home. And I was like, it really kind of hurt my feelings after the whole day and everything. And I try to have a speech with her, let her know, you know, we're going to a roughneck bar. We're going to an oil field, you know, oil field town. This isn't Fort Worth. This, you know, it's a different place, different kind of people. You're going to get hit on a lot. Most of these guys either single, you know, wives at home, or they've been out here a long time. They're horny, and you know, you're a good-looking girl.
So did it make you mad?
I mean, I played pool, really. I mean, I really didn't think too much on it. And then when she said it the second or the third time she came back from the bathroom, I was like, if that's what you want, Emily, you want to go off with some stranger that you don't even know, go ahead. I was like, you don't, nobody said that you had to be with me, you know? And she's like, I'm leaving. I figured, whatever, you're just gonna go and, you know, smoke a blunt in the car, calm down, come back and apologize.
What changed throughout the day?
I think the alcohol. I mean, it just
For you or
for her. I mean, she just all of a sudden just was trying to make me jealous and like talking about other guys talking to her and hitting on her. And I didn't
playing pool with you, and
she did play a couple games. I forgot about that because I had to stand behind her because her dress was so revealing. I had to stand behind her to keep showing her panties. And we danced. We danced a couple times, and I mean, we were having a great time. And then she started getting hit on once it started getting crowded, and she started saying little sly comments like trying to either get a reaction or me. Like, oh baby, she likes to hear that. Oh, you know, make her feel good. No, you know, be with me, this and that. You don't want to be with any other guy. Normally I would, but I was just like, if that's what you want, go ahead. You know, Emily likes to get hit on. She likes attention. She loves it.
Did she say anything when she left?
I can't remember exact words, but it was something like, I'm leaving, or I'm leaving.
What was your response?
I was like, all right, whatever, leave.
Did you leave the bar?
Yeah, because I was afraid that she would get drunk. She was drunk and would load her stuff up and attempt to drive back to Fort Worth.
So did you followed her out of the bar?
No. I never seen her when I left. I must have unlocked the door. She wasn't in the room. And that's how I locked myself out. Walked back to the bar and told Gabe that she actually left, and he was like, what? I can't believe she actually left you. And then I must have went back to the room and I couldn't get in. And then I had to go get the room key. And then I went back to the room, got myself in, noticed that her phone and everything was still in there. I called her. I looked at my phone. I thought I called her 4 times. I started pacing around, so I walked outside. I locked myself out. And I went and got another room card, because I specifically remember the lady at the front desk telling me that she wouldn't give me another room card if I slammed the door. And then I went back to the hotel room. I was pretty pissed off, and she still hadn't come back. I remember kicking her car.
Where did you kick her car?
Just on the driver's side. I was like, man, where's she at? I was, I thought she left with somebody. I couldn't believe at that point in time, I was like, I cannot believe that she would leave with somebody after the great vacation day and everything we had. She talks about smoking weed all the time to everybody. It's like her every day, all day. I mean, she has to stay stoned. That's the way she copes with all her issues in life. Yeah, I got to the room. She didn't have a room key or nothing, she didn't have anything on her. I had her ID. I mean, we had my phone. Everything was left in the room.
So you went directly to the room after leaving the bar?
Yes.
Did you see her anywhere?
I did not see her. That's why I'm pretty sure I came back to the bar. Now that I'm remembering, I think I came back to the bar and told Gabe she's actually gone. She actually left.
So before, I don't want to skip anything. So you left the bar, and you said you went back to room 402, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Why did you leave the door cracked?
Because I knew she didn't have a key. And I didn't know she was going to be able to get one from the front desk. And I was.
Well, if you were in the room, I mean.
She could have knocked on it. She could have.
Typically people knock on the door.
Yeah, I mean, she could have knocked on it, but I know I left it cracked for a little while. I know I did. That's the only thing in my mind.
I'll be there.
Because I was pretty drunk and I know I went to sleep. But it's the only way I can think that I would actually let that wiener dog get out. Because in the morning, when I searched around for the wiener dog, I was like, oh my God, it's gone. I remember I was gonna go look for her. I was like, I wonder if she's walking around here. So I hopped in my mom's car, drove around. I went down Canal, trying to look. I'm looking on the side of the road, just seeing if I see her anywhere. Then I started realizing, oh shit, I can't get another DWI.
Okay.
And I don't think I bought any cigarettes. I don't think I bought anything. I turned back around, went to the hotel room, and went back inside the room and went to sleep.
I'll be right
And you
over.
were in the Elantra?
The Hyundai.
The Hyundai Elantra?
Yes. I fell asleep waiting on her on the bed. I remember I woke up fully clothed.
Did you look around the hotel at all for her, or did you go back to the bar to see if maybe she was there, or?
I don't know if I'd walk over to my boss's room now.
I'll be right
I
over.
mean, I figured she
Okay.
had to come back. All of her stuff was there. There's no way that she wouldn't be back. And by the
She had
time
left all her stuff in the room?
yeah,
Understood.
she was wearing a dress with no
Yes.
pockets and
Yes.
heels.
Did she have a purse?
Her purse was left in the Febreze from dinner.
Did she have anything on her person?
Nope. I had her ID.
You had her ID.
She gave it to me. I put it in my wallet. I had the debit card and my ID.
Her debit card?
Yeah, and I had a room key. I remember that I had a room key when I went into the bar because you have to show them the room key to get in for free.
You didn't see her at all after she left the bar.
After she left the bar, I did not see her again.
Okay.
I still have not seen her.
Yes.
So I've been telling everyone.
What's next?
I mean, I laid there for a little bit on the bed and then and passed out, and I woke up in the morning early.
Did you call anybody?
Ready for duty?
Didn't call anybody till the morning. And I called my mom. I think it was the first calls I made a couple times telling her
I'll be right
Emily
over.
actually left with somebody last night and still hadn't come home. I got pissed off and told my mom, I was like, you know, I'm coming home. That's why I told Gabe that I was gonna get all my stuff, I was going home. I was gonna pack all my stuff out of her house and move it back to my mom. My mom was like, no, you need to make sure that she's okay. Make sure she didn't go with anybody. She could be in danger. You need to turn your ass back and go home, back to the room. Don't lose your job. Don't miss a day of pay. So I turned back around, back to the room. Then I called Donovan, Emily's ex, and I got in her phone to get his number and asked him if this is normal behavior from Emily. And he told me, he kind of, I'm thinking, for sure he, kind of laughed, but I was like, man, bro, I tell you the amount of times that she's disappeared on me.
And they come running.
He told me about a time in Vegas and some other stuff. So, I told him, I was like, well, what do? He was like, wait around until 10 or so. I talked to my mom and dad some more. And then Emily's parents started calling. My mom called twice.
Why did her mom call?
She was supposed to be, they're close, they talk. And she was supposed to be leaving. She was leaving in the morning.
So she called your phone or her phone?
No, her phone. And then I got the number off Emily's phone. I called her mom, she didn't answer, they were in church. I texted her and said, hey, this is Robert, will you please call me? And then I even tried to call her once from Emily's phone. And she didn't answer, and she eventually called me back. I might even call my ex-wife at the time to let her know what was going on, how crazy this was. Me and Brittany get along good. We don't have, we really do. When I have barbecues and pool parties, I invite my ex-wife and her, man. I have any problem with it. A little bit later, he called me, and my dad told me not to file a police report or call the police or anything until about 1. He said, give it till about 1. She's not back then. Call the police. And then Emily's dad called me and told me, I was sometime around a little bit before noon. He was like, well, it's been approximately about 12 hours. You need to, this has become an emergency, you need to go ahead and call the police. So that's why I called 911. And then the officer showed up, I think about 1. And then I gave him the missing persons report, and then I just started, contacting their friends to see if anybody had heard anything or knew anything, or if this was something normal that Emily does. Then I talked to her parents a couple more times. They told me to keep them posted, updated. When Williams was there, I pulled some of the last of my rig stuff that was in Emily's car and put it into the room.
I'll be there.
And then I took out my daughter's school bag and her coat and threw it in the room. And they told me to take everything. He told me to take everything out of there. So while I was going at the rig, and she came back, she'd have to get a room key and call Carlsbad Police Station in order to get into the room. On the way there, I was literally just break down crying. I called Brittany and I was told her I just need a friend. I just need somebody to talk to. I can't believe this. She was like, "Oh, you guys are, so good. All you ever do is talk good about Emily." And I was like, "I know. I just can't believe she would leave drunk and go with some other douche." No. I got to the rig. The guy seen how upset I was, and I told him I had a couple drinks because I just couldn't calm my nerves, and I was trying to calm down. And when I got there, they were like, "You need to be in the hotel. You need to be staying there. You need to be there waiting on your girl." And they drove me back. I was pretty worn out about it. Didn't sleep much that night. I called some more people. Monday,
Affirmative.
I talked to Emily's parents. They said they're going to come down here. I talked to Donovan. After that,
I'll be right over.
The detective showed up.
What do you think happened to Emily?
I don't know. I'm really starting to be getting worried. I think she got in the car with the wrong person, and either in a bad situation somewhere, or she's still with the wrong person. I don't know. I think she met somebody at the bar and left with them, and I have no clue what happened from there.
Following their interview with Robert, detectives searched for surveillance cameras at the Stevens Inn and the on-site bar, the Blue Cactus Lounge. The hotel did not have any cameras on the exterior. However, there was a camera monitoring the lobby. The hotel bar had surveillance on the interior and exterior. Investigators copied the footage and brought it back to the station for processing. They queued up the footage to a few minutes before Robert said Emily had left the bar. At 11:30 p.m., the footage showed Emily leaving the bar. Detectives described her body language as upset and wanting to get somewhere fast. Detective Naylor said that Emily was dressed nicely and had been drinking. He said that someone could have taken advantage of her mental state at that time. 5 minutes later, Robert Early exited the bar. Once outside, he asked another patron for a cigarette. He then got a light from a man in a cowboy hat and eventually left.
Sure thing.
Detectives continued working diligently as Emily's parents in Bedford, Texas, gathered the kids and drove to Carlsbad. Donna said they were so worried. However, they tried to shield Emily's kids from what was happening. Donna knew that nothing would have kept her from her girls. She knew something was seriously wrong. Back at the station, detectives asked Robert to submit to a polygraph examination. He agreed and willingly took the polygraph.
There are certain parts about your story that don't make a lot of sense.
I understand that.
That's one of the reasons why we'll do a polygraph today. Have you ever taken a polygraph examination before?
I'll be right over.
Yep. It was a long time ago.
What for?
My ex-fiance thought I was cheating on her through a U.S. Marshal. And I wasn't cheating on her. I passed.
Through a U.S. Marshal?
He was a retired U.S. Marshal.
Oh, okay, but
we paid for it. It was in Dallas.
So I hired him to do a polygraph exam. What we're going to do is we're going to take a break, and then when we come back in, I'll go over the questions that are going to be on the polygraph.
Okay.
And then we'll begin the polygraph. Whenever there is a threat to your self-preservation or your general well-being,
let's go.
Your autonomic nervous system responds. And it responds by changing your heart rate, your breathing rate, and your sweat gland activity. Do you intend to answer truthfully all questions regarding the location of Emily Lambert?
Yes.
Okay. Emily Lambert is your girlfriend, the one that you were with Saturday night, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you sitting down?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you know where Emily Lambert is located?
No.
Do you live in Texas?
Yes.
Do you know where Emily Lambert is located right now?
No.
Are the lights on in this room?
Yes.
Do you know the location of Emily Lambert today?
No.
Test is now complete. Please sit
Coming
still.
right
I'll
over.
use the pressure for the cuff for just a moment.
Yes.
3 tests that we took, which
Glad to
were
assist.
surrounding what we're here today for. The location of Emily. And you didn't pass.
How?
It was asked 3 separate ways, and you didn't do well on any of the tests anytime I asked you.
Yeah, I was nervous and I haven't slept.
Okay.
Super
Well,
tired. I was.
Robert, there's an easy explanation to this, which means there's some information that you need to come forth with.
I don't have any information.
Robert, do you realize I've been doing this a long time? I'm actually going to retire this year. I've been a detective for over 15 years, all over the state of New Mexico. Been doing polygraph for approximately 5 years.
I mean, I didn't lie on anything in the polygraph test.
Coming right over. Yes.
I don't know where Emily's at. I don't know where her location is. When she left the bar, she left.
I'll be
I mean,
right
that's
over.
all I know.
What's next?
Sergeant Rennie wants to talk to you.
No
okay?
way I'm doing that.
You did not pass the polygraph.
Yep.
Wasn't even close.
Yes.
Got anything in your pockets? Knives, guns, needles, anything that'll poke, stick, stab? Sure.
Yeah.
Alright, come on.
Following the confrontation by the polygraph examiner, Detective Rennie brought Robert to another room for an interview.
What's on your mind?
I'm just waiting to see what you say. I mean, you said you're gonna show me.
I'm not gonna show you anything.
You said you're gonna tell me, or
I'll tell you, dude, hands down, there's enough evidence here.
I whistle.
what evidence do you have against me?
Why would I tell you that right now?
Affirmative.
Let me tell you how this is gonna go. Okay? I'm telling you, when this is over,
On it.
whatever the outcome, it's over. I won't talk to you again. I won't want to hear from you if I let you go and in 2 hours from then you say, oh shit, I probably should have told you. I'm not gonna want to talk to you. Okay?
Understood.
That'll be it. This is your one opportunity. The only one you're gonna get. To help yourself out. To where when this all comes to a head, you don't look like the monster. Like I told you before, dude, I don't think you're a bad guy. At all. I really don't. I kind of like you. You're actually a likable person.
A lot of people do.
I think alcohol has played a big part in all this.
Affirmative.
I seriously think you need to quit drinking. I think there were some bad things that happened, and I think it was due to the alcohol. But that ball's in your court, okay? Not in mine. They're doing the search warrants on all the vehicles right now in the room, and I know there's nothing in your room. We already looked.
I'll be
I
right
can
over.
tell you, dude,
Yes.
16 years, last night was the hardest night I've ever had.
Yeah.
Glad to assist.
Hands down. The hardest thing I've ever had to do is look 2 little girls in the eye that says, my mama's lost, are you gonna bring her home? But it still tears me up.
Understood.
Being a father,
Uh-huh.
yeah, man, that wasn't easy to do.
Uh-huh.
And it's still not easy.
Yes.
You're a father.
Uh-huh.
You have a daughter.
Yep.
Staring that young of a kid in the face was,
Affirmative.
and still is, and probably will be for a long time to come,
Affirmative. Okay.
very difficult. Dude, it was heartbreaking. And I'm telling you, if the shoe was on the other foot, and your daughter they were bringing up here, you would want the same things done.
I've seen shows and different things, and I think maybe should I have a lawyer present right now?
Dude, that's up to you, Robert.
I mean,
You've been Mirandized just recently.
I'm telling you,
but I
You
thought that was
have
just
your own rights to do what you want to do.
I'm not going to give you that advice because I can't, okay? I can't. All I can tell you is this is the one chance you have to let that mom go home. I don't give a shit in what condition
Understood.
We need to bring
Those little
closure.
girls deserve that.
They deserve closure.
You know that. I know that.
I mean,
I'll be right over.
all I've said is what I've said, you know?
Yeah, I know.
But there's more to it. And we know it.
Understood.
And that's why we have someone from a different agency come in and do those tests.
I'll be right over. Ich gehe, my love.
Because it's unbiased. He has no dog in the fight.
We want closure for the little girls. We want closure for you. You know, sometimes crap happens. It's not your normal, not something you normal be involved or be around.
Okay.
But alcohol, sometimes drugs. I'm not saying you're doing drugs, but alcohol. We've all done stupid stuff, you know, or something we normally wouldn't do. Do you know where she's at?
I was so,
Robert, hands down.
No clue.
Hands down.
I was hammered.
I understand that.
You were hammered, but something happened, right? We know that.
So we had an argument and she left, and she left, and, you know, from the hotel, you know.
It's not the most common tool.
Then what?
I got in the car and tried to drive around and look for her, and
you found her?
No, I never did find her. I never did get to find her. I broke the door handle, I broke the mirror, you know. She's pissed, and I don't know, whoever she left with, and I got in. That's the reason I ran back the room. I locked myself out of the room, ran back to get the car, get in the car, and go. That's why I just pulled out and went the way that I seen them pull out of the Stevens.
You knew she wasn't a vehicle?
I know she wasn't in a vehicle.
What was the vehicle?
It was a thing. It had monster tires with Rockstar wheels on it, white, extended cab truck, and she was. I mean, it was the guy who she was talking to, whoever she was talking to.
I'll be right over.
Okay, so you're saying, you know, he left, or she left with someone?
I know she left with someone.
Can I ask you a question?
Ready for duty?
Why haven't you brought anything up like this before? If you...
Yeah, I figured she'd be back.
Glad to assist.
Because then, you know what? By not telling us something, that's more time that she's been gone. So that makes me think something different, Robert.
On the move.
That you know more than what you're saying even now.
Robert, your shoulders are pretty heavy, dude. Now you cross your arms, your shoulders are heavy. I'm telling you right now, they are. They have been since the moment we started talking to you. Those little girls don't deserve what you're doing.
Right over.
Your little girl does not
right
deserve what you're doing. It's everyone that's around you that's going to suffer for the rest of their life.
When you have the key.
Why do y'all think I have a key?
You can open the door.
I don't know what everything is. I mean, like, I have no clue.
You do have a clue. You know more than you're saying, because you just gave us more information. Whether it's true or not, I kind of think it's half. Okay? I'm not trying to be an ass to you, but we're dealing with life here, buddy. We're dealing with someone's life.
I know
We're not here to hammer on you. We're here to get the truth so we can possibly do something to help her. But we have a bad feeling anyway. It's not any, you know. I have a feeling she's deceased right now, okay? This isn't our first time to deal with this. This is not the first time cases that we've dealt with many of these.
On the move.
We know how to read people.
Yes.
We know how people operate, how the mind works, okay?
And you deal with one of two kinds of people. One, something that accident happened, or two, you deal with a monster.
I'm not a monster.
I
said I'm not a monster.
You're not a monster.
No.
Convince me of that right now, because, dude, you coming forward with that right there and saying that, and you've been hiding it for 2 days, I have a problem with. And 12 people looking at that would have a problem with it. They wouldn't have a problem with an accident.
I have no doubt you love her. Yes. She's your woman. But I think crap went wrong. You know, something you didn't mean to happen.
At all.
Went south.
Yes.
I don't doubt that there might have been another vehicle or something, but I think they had some assistance, but you were there when something happened.
I can count 6 people, all right off the top of my head, that will be saved a lifetime of questions, a lifetime of wondering. The last one we worked like this, the kid committed.
I'll be right over.
because of the grief they shared.
Ready for duty? Yep.
Let's close this. Let's get some closure on this. Let us.
You guys smoke a cigarette.
Understood.
Start back when you were in the bar.
Same thing I said. Everything's right on until we were walking to the hotel, you know, and she, you know, as soon as we get close to the room, you know, I see her sitting in her car and another dude pull up. I get pissed off. I was like, you gonna leave with him? So I busted off the mirror. And then I kicked the side of her door and yanked the handle off. And dude pulls up, Emily jumps out and gets in his ride. I have a room key. I run back and get the room key, run back, get in. Now I got my mom's keys. I seen them pull out. I just hauled. I figured, hey, you know what? All they're probably, you know, going that way. There ain't nowhere to go this way.
Which way did they go? South? When you went up?
I don't know the direction. Canal towards
Afraid
Walmart.
that's not possible.
Towards Walmart, south.
Afraid that's not possible.
It was whitish, you know, white truck, some big wheels, like I said.
Lifted?
It was lifted. And,
Chevy, Dodge, you know.
Man, dude, I mean,
light bar, anything distinguishing.
I think it had black Nerf rails on it, but I couldn't tell if it was just the step boards. I seen, as I'm coming up to where you would take a left to go to Loving, or you go straight, I didn't see any lights really this way, you know, and I seen tail lights way up here.
Going towards Loving.
Going towards Loving. So, you know, I'm waiting at the light, I mean, I'm pretty shitty too, you know what I'm saying? So I'm far trying to stay, and then they cut off and go towards Jow, you know.
Okay.
So
I'm 31.
I'm 31. There's still quite a ways ahead of me. I go that way. As soon as, you know, I'm trying to catch him, but shit, I'm in a little Hyundai, and it's me, you know, and I'm drunk and I'm trying to swerve. He pulls up into some sort of looking like housing little area or something, like a house or something. I know where it's at. Because, you know, I drove by it on the way to the rig when I went last night, you know, and I was looking I was like, well, I don't see any lights or any cops, you know, I mean, obviously she made it out of there, you know, and, but when I pulled in that night, they had already pulled in and behind and then to the back, and by the time I get out, Emily barely had any clothes on, you know, and I pull up, we start, you know, beefing, and he comes running at me with a pipe, and she jumps in front, BAM!
Where'd he hit her?
Right in the head. I mean, and I was like, God, you know, and he comes at me, I just got in the car and just burned out, you know. I figured, what am I gonna do now? I should have called the police right away.
Was he Hispanic?
Oh, no, it was like a big cowboy, white guy, cowboy hat. And I left her there, and that's what it's been eating at me because I didn't know what to say. I don't know what, you know.
Did you cause that?
Coming right over.
My criminal background, I'm on.
Who gives a shit?
That doesn't matter.
I'm on bond probation. I mean, I was drunk.
Okay.
I figured she come up and wound up in the hospital the next couple of days or something. You know, I mean, and I wanted to be
Did
done.
she go down? Was she moving? What?
She went down, you know, and she got back up. She started, you know, talking shit, and I mean, he is pretty good, but Emily's a big girl. I mean, you know, she's, from what I hear from her friends, you know, she's real high-headed when she's drunk, and she can handle herself.
Where did he hit her? In the face or the?
Yeah, he was swinging at me and hit her. It looked like he hit her kind of right across the face. And, you know, I heard her whimpering and stuff, and I burned out. I didn't know if he was going back to get a gun, if he was going to come back and shoot me for being there. The situation's about to turn, and I'm going to lose my life too. So I left. I should have just been honest and said everything from the start. I waited it out because I didn't know what else to do. I'd never been in this situation. I've seen movies and all the 48s and stuff. I mean, I'm guilt by association.
What were you doing out there? Trying to go get her, right?
Yep.
Bro, you know what sucks?
This could be that I didn't do anything and I could have.
That's the thing that sucks. Is you could have called. And I mean, if anything's bad happened since then,
On the move.
that sucks.
Could have been out there Sunday.
Ready for duty?
Yeah. Could have been out there Saturday night.
Negative. Yes.
Can you show us where that location is?
Yes. Huh?
You show me where the house
Is
is?
it a crew cab?
Was she bleeding?
Looked like there was blood.
Okay, not look like there was blood, Robert.
Look, he hit her across the face, man. I looked at her mouth, and her mouth was swollen right off the bat. And she was still feisty, and he was coming back at me.
What did he say?
Oh, he was cussing me up and down. You mother.
Yeah?
You bumped my chick.
Yes.
You know, and as soon as he started coming at me with the bar because I pulled up, Emily jumped right in front, and he's swinging, and she just took the whole entire force, and it didn't hit me.
What the pipe look like?
Silverish, with some sort of, look like that's sort of in, like he made it like some sort of
grip or something.
No, like like maybe one of those pipes that, like from a rig that would stand up like a sign would be on.
So was it all the same color all the way through? Have any bends on it or just straight?
Just straight at the bottom. I know everybody's mad at me now.
Hey.
Yes.
You know, that the reason they will be is because you didn't step up and say something. But the positive is that you didn't do it. You went after to try to help her. Does he have a mustache or anything? Or?
He had goatee.
A goatee.
Coming right
Is he
up.
wearing a black hat or
Ready for duty?
a silver one or a straw?
Like the lighter colored.
Silver one, yeah. Did he
You
pull
know.
the pipe out of his truck? Or
Out of the back seat. He came around from the back seat with it.
And it was a crew cab?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I figured she'd already picked the car up and everything, and then after I made the missing persons report, and
yes.
The reason I didn't come forward is because I'd already made that report, and I didn't divulge everything, and I figured that after
You figured that report would find her.
Yeah, and then, or something, and then it started getting deeper into it, and then it was like, oh, well, I lied on this because I really knew, because I thought she'd be found, and then y'all showed up the next week, or then again, you know, and I was like, pacing, do I keep with the story, But you know what I'm saying? You know, and more and more of me is just eating me up.
Oh, there's no way you can live with this.
I haven't been sleeping, I've been diarrhea, and
it will drive you crazy.
Looking at this man's eyes when he's talking about the girls, those are my girls, man. I love those girls.
Following the interview, investigators took a field trip with Robert to the location of his fight with Emily and the pickup truck driving, cowboy hat wearing man. Detectives were hopeful that Emily was still alive. Robert stayed in the car as police searched the area. Detective Naylor located a woman's wristwatch. Here is an animated computer rendering of the scene. Near the back of the property, detectives found the body of a young woman lying face down. Emily Lampert was no longer missing. Detective Rennie broke the news to Emily's boyfriend and, shortly thereafter, to her parents. Donna said that they hugged each other, and she said, "Well, we're alone now." Stephen described hearing the news as being struck with a baseball bat. He said, "It takes your breath away." Back at the crime scene, it's clear Emily suffered horrific injuries. Her face and head were swollen from apparent trauma. Detective Rennie said that she was discarded in a field like trash. Emily was naked except for a bra. She had blunt force injuries to her head and ligature marks around her neck. They determined that the killer dragged Emily's body over 500 feet to its final resting place. The Carlsbad Police Department was now investigating a homicide. Police searched for surveillance cameras between where they located Emily's body and the Stevens Inn. They were searching for the white pickup truck Robert saw her get into. Detectives found a camera facing the highway at a Walmart. They viewed the footage starting at 11:30 p.m. when Emily was last seen on camera leaving the bar. Detectives spotted a white truck 2 minutes after midnight and 30 minutes after Emily left the bar. The vehicle pulled into the parking lot, traveling near the gas pumps, and later disappeared out of frame. The distance from the camera made it impossible to determine the vehicle's occupants or the license plate. Detectives questioned and alibied all the men who left the bar that night within 30 minutes of Emily. None of them had the opportunity to pick Emily up and commit the horrific act based on the timeline Robert provided. With leads drying up, the investigators looked at the footage from the hotel lobby. They cued the footage to 11:48 a.m. when Robert said Emily got in the white truck. The detectives' attention is brought to the right of frame as they spot a familiar face. It's Robert. According to Robert's story, he should have been in his hotel room with Emily now. Robert left the camera's view for a few seconds and then returned with his phone pressed to his ear. He appeared agitated, and as the receptionist handed over the room key, he immediately grabbed it, turned, and left. Detective Rennie believed Robert had gotten a key because Emily had locked him out of the room. He called her on his phone and was angry because she would not open the room door for him. Investigators thought Robert knew a lot more than what he told them. Detectives must find out for sure who Robert was talking to and why. They subpoenaed both Emily and Robert's phone records. The records revealed a voicemail from Robert Early left on Emily's phone. The voicemail was left just minutes after Robert left the reception area with the new keycard. It was clear that a struggle had occurred in the room between Emily and Robert. Investigators assigned a new detective to interview him, Detective Alan Sanchez. Detective Sanchez said that he first wanted to establish a rapport with him. He allowed Robert to take a smoke break and chatted with him. Robert admitted to some level of involvement in Emily's death during the smoke break, and Detective Sanchez brought him to an interview room for a formal statement.
I kicked the shit out of the door and knocked the eye hole off.
The room door?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think she had showed back up yet. And I had to go back and get that second key. I'm not sure. I went straight in though, I remember that. I don't remember the exact part that I walked back into the bar and told Gabe that she had left. Because I think she pulled off again.
Okay.
And then came back and was like, I'm getting my shit and I'm leaving. We're done, it's over, I'm leaving you, this and that. And I was like, really? And then she was wanting to drive. That's what started the whole altercation in the room. She wanted to drink and drive all the way back to Fort. I said, no, you're not leaving. Very stubborn. So she started fighting with me over it. I said, you're not leaving. You're gonna sleep in that bed, I'll sleep in this bed. And she started going crazy with me. And we started, pushing around, and that's when she grabbed my arm and bit the hell out of me. And then swept me back.
Not today, mate.
And I put my head against the wall. And that's when I got up.
I've seen better plans.
And then, I had already ripped off her mirror, her handle, and she didn't want to get out. And I kicked us out of her car, and we got back to the room, and we scoped around, and I hit her, and then I kicked her. A couple times, I just lost it.
Where did you kick her the first time?
I think in the mouth.
Okay.
I hit her in the side and kicked her in the mouth.
Okay. And then the second and third time you kicked her?
I don't think I kicked her in the body. I might have once. After I kicked her those 2 times, she was still okay. She got up.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, what? I was pretty shocked. It came at me again.
Yep.
And that went from one side of the room to the other living room, and then I kicked her a couple more times. I mean, she, I was able to get her down, and she was pretty crazy. I was tripping out. I didn't know what was going on, and then I kicked her again there.
Where'd you kick her that time?
I think in the face.
Okay.
Pretty much all headshots.
Okay.
For that I can remember.
Okay.
And I started freaking out. I'm like, oh. Yep. She was just laying there, like, breathing, like a weird breath, and I was
like she was knocked out.
Yeah, and I didn't know what to do, and so I was like, oh my god, oh my god, and I just put her in the car and drove out there, and then we sculled again behind that guy's house. She came to, and then as she was coming at me, I grabbed that freaking air pump that was, she had everything because she had drove down there, the air pump, and like my other hard hat and stuff was in the front seat. Bunch of just miscellaneous shit, you know. And I grabbed that and whacked her with it, and I whacked her with it a couple times. Shoot, I remember hitting her a couple more times and then leaving. I was so worried and so upset and stuff. I remember in the morning, I couldn't believe it. And I drove like back out there, you know, see if she was okay or moving or anything. She wasn't. I was freaked out. I didn't know what to do. And I was like crying all the way back, like, oh my God, what happened? What did I do? What did I do?
How did you drag her back there, brother? I know it's probably a shitty thing to think about, but I mean, did you grab her and drag her back? Or did you wrap her with something and drag her back?
I wrapped her with something.
What did you wrap her with? A rope? Did you try to run her neck?
I just, it was just a quick, like a slip, and then just threw it around the passenger door, shut the door. I was freaked out. It was like this. You know, I mean, I wouldn't even, probably wouldn't even back there for a whole total of 15, 20 minutes, you know, but bam, bam, and then out of there, and then I got back to the hotel room, took a shower, and it was
I'll be there.
Freaked out, and then all of a sudden I was able to lay down and pass out. I mean, I was annihilated, and I was worn out. At that point in time, I was just like,
Didn't think I still had it.
you know, I woke up in the morning, I had seen the rope, and the mirror was on the ground outside, the handle was in the room, and I was panicked, freaked out, and then cleaned up, and then went straight to go see her. There was no blood in the room. I'm sorry.
I don't think I could have forced any of the others to put up with your temper.
And that's what they're gonna want to hear is I'm sorry. You know what I mean?
Sorry to ruin the best girl in my life. I'm sorry for her kids. I'm sorry for my kid.
You truly are sorry, Robert?
I'll be there.
You don't even know how bad.
I know.
Coming right over.
I mean, I was able to cry a lot. I mean, the first couple of days, and then I just got to the point where it just weighing on me. Weighing on me. I couldn't breathe. I just cigarette after cigarette after cigarette. And I drank. I had to do something to take to even be able to lay down and sit like that, because I mean, I'm trying to live this lie, thinking it was gonna go away.
I'll be there.
Yeah.
And I didn't want it to go away. I just didn't. I kept on thinking maybe I can make it right with God somehow. And just never do anything bad again and be there for my daughter.
Didn't think I still had it in me.
And be okay.
In a sense, you've at least started that to make it right by telling the truth, you know?
And I was so scared to go to jail, dude. I've never been to big jail.
I hear you. And I'm not going to sit here and say I understand because I've never been to jail,
but the others appreciate what you do as well.
Man, I was freaked out. I didn't back all was from like, I was still drunk, probably, 5:30 in the morning. You know, on when I woke up and I see the dress laying on the ground and all this stuff, I was like, oh my God.
On the ground where?
In the room.
Oh, okay.
She didn't have it, and I was like, oh my God. And then the worst thing was like, my best friend fell. You know, my best friend was calling her.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
You know,
where's the rope at?
Dude, you want to go for a ride?
Yeah, we'll go for a ride and we'll check it out.
They're going to put me to some
If you told me a week ago, I would have said you'd gone nuts. Didn't think I was.
Man, I really wish I was in Texas. Not really, actually.
Maybe you didn't.
Really, how are y'all's lost?
You know, man,
Who will put their hands in
I've been doing detective work for a little while, but I'm more familiar with the dope laws. As far as this,
like this, what they get.
This kind of stuff, it all depends. And like I told you, it all depends on honesty. It all depends on honesty. You know what I mean?
I'm and I don't think I'm trying to be selfish. I've been stressed out about this so hardcore, and I didn't know what to say, and I really was I was just hoping I was gonna at least get to home to see my daughter. You know what I'm saying? And then I started thinking about her kids and stuff, and I had to put it on my mind because he beat me up. And then I was like, oh, this other truck and this and that. I was like, okay, well, here goes those questions again. I'm on the polygraph. And then some dude saying he seen me get in a truck, which wasn't the case, which I think was probably bull in the first place to get me to confess.
No, actually, I can tell you this. Some guy actually did say that. So,
Well, that
that's
must
not
have
happened.
happened with somebody else.
Yeah. And we started to figure that out.
Oh, y'all figured out it was somebody else?
Yeah, we figured out that there was no way that that could have happened. So we were like, well, he's telling the truth about that because, you know, we got to do, we got to put the bits and pieces together and that didn't fit. You understand what I'm saying? Well, let's go for a ride. Let's go take a break. Let's go have a smoke. And we'll go for a ride. You can show me where the dress is at, where the rope's at, and then we'll go from there. And you want
Coming right over. Coming right over. Yes. Yes. Huh?
Very difficult. Dude, it was heartbreaking. And I'm telling you, if the shoe was on the other foot, and your daughter they were bringing up here, you would want the same things done.
I've seen shows and different things, and
Coming right over.
I think maybe, should I have a lawyer present right now?
Dude, that's up to you, Robert.
I mean,
You've been Mirandized just recently.
I'm telling you,
but I
You
thought that
have
was just
your own rights to do what you want to do.
I'm not going to give you that advice because I can't. Okay, I can't. All I can tell you is this is the one chance you have to let that mom go home. I don't give a shit in what condition. Those little girls deserve that.
They deserve closure.
You know that. I know that.
I mean,
Let's go.
all I've said is what I've said, you know?
Yeah. I
I'll be
know.
right over.
There's more to it.
Okay.
We know it.
And that's why we have someone from a different agency come in and do those tests.
Yes. Yep.
Because it's unbiased. He has no dog in the fight.
We want closure for the little girls.
I'll be right over.
We want closure for you. You know, sometimes crap happens.
Yep.
It's not your normal, not something you normal be involved or be around.
Yes.
Alcohol, sometimes drugs. I'm not saying you're doing drugs, but alcohol. We've all
Coming
done
right
stupid
over.
stuff, you know, or something we normally wouldn't do. Do you know where she's at?
I was so
Robert, hands
no
down.
clue. I
Hands
was
down.
hammered.
I understand that.
You were hammered, but did something happen, right?
Affirmative.
We know that.
I mean,
Something
we got an
happened.
argument and she left.
Some
And
action.
when she left, and, you know, from the hotel,
there.
you know, I mean,
Then what?
Yep.
I got in the car and tried to drive around
Glad
and
to
look for
assist.
her. And
Glad to assist.
You found her.
Yes.
no, I never did find her. I never did get to find her. I broke the door handle, I broke the mirror, you know, she's pissing.
Affirmative.
I don't know, whoever she left with, and I got in, that's the reason I ran back to the room, or I locked myself out of the room, ran back to get the car, get in the car and go. That's why I just pulled out and went the way that I seen them pull out of the Stevens.
You knew she wasn't a vehicle.
I know she went in a vehicle.
Finally,
What
some
was the
action.
vehicle?
It was a,
You right there.
I think it had monster tires with Rockstar wheels on it, white, extended cab
To
truck, and she was, I mean, it was the guy who she was talking to.
Yes.
Whoever she was talking to.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're saying, you know he left, or she left with someone.
I know she was.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why haven't you brought anything up like this before? If you...
Yeah, I figured she'd be back.
Really? Because then, you know what? By not telling us something, that's more time that she's been gone. So that makes me think something different, Robert. that you know more than what you're saying even now.
Keep the hands out
Robert,
of the jaws.
Your shoulders are pretty heavy, dude. Now you cross your arms, your shoulders are heavy. I'm telling you right now, they are. They have been since the moment we started talking.
I knew I would find
Those little girls don't deserve
Okay.
what you're doing. Your little girl does not deserve what you're doing. It's everyone that's around you that's going to suffer for the rest of their life.
Ready for duty?
When you have the key.
Why do y'all think I have a key?
You can open the
I
door.
don't know what everything is. I mean, I have no clue.
You do have a clue.
You know more than you're saying, because you just gave us more information. Whether it's true or not, I kind of think it's half. Okay? I'm not trying to be an ass to you, but we're dealing with life here, buddy. We're dealing with someone's life.
For duty?
We're not here to hammer on you. We're here to get the truth so we can possibly do something to help her. But we have a bad feeling anyways. Not any, I have a feeling she's deceased right now. Okay? This isn't our first time to deal with this. This is not the first time cases that we've dealt many of these. We know how to read people. We know how people operate, how the mind works. Okay?
And you deal with one of two kinds of people. One is something that an accident happened, or two, you deal with a monster.
I'm not a monster.
Huh?
I said, I'm not a monster.
You're not a monster.
No.
Convince me of that right now, because, dude, you coming forward with that right there and saying that, and you've been hiding it for 2 days, I have a problem with it. And 12 people looking at that would have a problem with it. They wouldn't have a problem with an accident.
Finally, I have no doubt you love her. She's your world. But I think crap went wrong. Something you didn't mean to happen.
At all.
Went south. I don't doubt that there might have been another vehicle or something, but I think they had some assistance, but you were there when something happened.
I can count 6 people right off the top of my head that will be saved a lifetime of questions, a lifetime of wondering. The last one we worked like this, the kid committed because of the grief they shared.
Yeah. Okay.
Ready for
Let's
duty?
close this. Let's get some closure on this. Let us.
Just want a cigarette.
Ready for duty?
Start back when you're in the bar.
Same thing I said. Everything's right on until when we walked to the hotel, and as soon as we get close to the room, I see her sitting in her car and another dude pull up. I get pissed off. I was like, you gonna leave with him? So I busted off the mirror. And then I kicked the side of her door and yanked the handle off. And dude pulls up. Emily jumps out and gets in his ride. I have a room key. I run back and get the room key. Run back, get in. Now I got my mom's keys. I seen him pull out. I just hauled. I figured, hey, you know what? All they're probably, going that way. There ain't nowhere to go this way.
Which way did you go? South? You went up?
I don't know the direction. Canal towards Walmart.
Okay.
Towards Walmart, south.
The only way whiskey should be used.
It was whitish, white truck, some big wheels, like I said.
Lifted?
It was lifted.
Chevy, Dodge,
man, dude,
light bar, anything distinguishing?
I think it had black Nerf rails on it, but I couldn't tell if it was just the step boards. I seen, as I'm coming up to where you would take a left to go to Loving, or you go straight, I didn't see any lights really this way, and I seen the tail lights way up here.
Going towards Loving.
Going towards Loving. So, I'm waiting at the light, I'm pretty shitty too, you know what I'm saying? So I'm flying, trying to stay, and then they cut off and go towards Jow,
Okay.
So
on 31.
On 31. There's still quite a ways ahead of me.
Ready for
I go
duty?
that way. As soon as, I'm trying to catch him, but shit, I'm in a little Hyundai, and it's and I'm drunk and I'm trying to swerve. He pulls up into some sort of looking like housing little area or something, like a house or something. I know where it's at because I drove by it on the way to the rig when I went last night. And I was looking I was like, well, I don't see any lights or any cops, you know. I mean, obviously she made it out of there, you know. And, but when I pulled in that night, they had already pulled in and behind and into the back. And by the time I get out, Emily barely had any clothes on, you know. And I pull up, we start, you know, beefing, and he comes running at me with a pipe. She jumps in front, bam!
Where'd he hit her?
Right in the head. I mean, and I was like, God, you know. And he comes at me, I just got in the car and just burned out, you know. I figured, what am I gonna do now? I should have called the police right away.
Was he Hispanic?
Oh no, it was like a big cowboy white guy, cowboy hat.
Yes.
And I left her there, and that's it's been eating at me because I didn't know what to say. I don't know what to, you know.
Did you cause that?
Yes.
My criminal background, I'm on
gives a shit?
That doesn't matter.
I'm on bond probation. I mean, I was drunk.
Under fire.
I figured she come up and wound up in the hospital the next couple days or something. You know, I mean, and I wanted to be
Did
done.
she go down? Was she moving? What?
She went down, you know, and she got back up. She started, you know, talking shit, and I mean, he had pretty good, but Emily's a big girl. I mean, you know, she's, from what I hear from her friends, you know, she's real high-headed when she's drunk, and she can handle herself.
Where did he hit her, in the face or the
Yeah, he was swinging at me and hit her. It looked like he hit her kind of right across the face. And, you know, I heard her whimpering and stuff, and I burned out. I didn't know if he was going back to get a gun, if he was going to come back and shoot me for being there. The situation's about to turn, and I'm going to lose my life, too. So I left. I should have just been honest and said everything from the start. I waited it out because I didn't know what else to do. I'd never been in this situation. I've seen movies and all the 48s and stuff. I mean, I'm guilt by association.
What were you doing out
I'll
there?
be right over.
Trying to go get her, right?
I'll be right over.
Bro, you know what sucks?
This could be that I didn't do anything and I could have.
That's the thing that sucks. Is you could have called. And I mean, if anything's bad happened since then, that sucks.
Could have been out there Sunday.
Yeah. Could have been out there Saturday
Understood.
night.
Can you show us where that location is?
Yep.
You show me where the house
Is
is.
it a crew cab?
Was she bleeding?
Looked like there was blood.
Okay, not looked like there was blood, Robert.
Like, he hit her across the face, man. I looked at her mouth, and her mouth was swollen right off the bat. And she was still feisty. And he was coming back at me.
What did he say?
Oh, he was cussing me up and down.
Part of every soldier's
You punked my chick. You know, and as soon as he started coming at me with the bar because I pulled up, Emily jumped right in front, and he's swinging, and she just took the whole entire force, and it didn't hit me.
What the pipe look like?
Silverish, with some sort of, look like that's a sort of like he made it like some sort of
Grip or something?
No, like, you know, like maybe one of those pipes that, like from a rig that would stand up like a sign would be on.
So was it all the same color all the way through? Any pins on it or just straight?
Just straight at the bottom. I know everybody's mad at me now.
Hey, you know, that the reason they will be is because you didn't step up and say something. The positive is that you didn't do it. You went after to try to help her. Does he have a mustache or anything? Or?
Oh, he had goatee.
Goatee. Is he wearing a black hat or a silver one or a straw?
Like the lighter colored.
Silver one, yeah. Did he pull the pipe out of his truck? Or
out of the back seat. He came around from the back seat with it.
I'll be right over.
And it was a crew cab?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I figured she heard hard and everything, and then after I made the missing persons report, and the reason I didn't come forward is because I'd already made that report, and I didn't divulge everything, and I figured that after
you figured that report, we could find her.
Yeah, and then, or something, and then it started getting deeper into it, and then it was like, oh, well, I lied on this because I really knew because I thought she'd be found, and then then y'all showed up the next week. Then again, you know, and I was like, pacing. Do I keep with the story? But you know what I'm saying? You know, and more and more of me is just eating me up.
Oh, there's no way you can live with this.
I haven't been sleeping. I've been diarrheaing. And
will drive you crazy.
Looking at this man's eyes when he's talking about the girls, those are my girls, man. I love those girls.
Following the interview, investigators took a field trip with Robert to the location of his fight with Emily and the pickup truck driving, cowboy hat wearing man. Detectives were hopeful that Emily was still alive. Robert stayed in the car as police searched the area. Detective Naylor located a woman's wristwatch. Here is an animated computer rendering of the scene. Near the back of the property, detectives found the body of a young woman lying face down. Emily Lampert was no longer missing. Detective Rennie broke the news to Emily's boyfriend and, shortly thereafter, to her parents. Donna said that they hugged each other and she said, "Well, we're alone now." Stephen described hearing the news as being struck with a baseball bat. He said, "It takes your breath away." Back at the crime scene, it's clear Emily suffered horrific injuries. Her face and head were swollen from apparent trauma. Detective Rennie said that she was discarded in a field like trash. Emily was naked except for a bra. She had blunt force injuries to her head and ligature marks around her neck. They determined that the killer dragged Emily's body over 500 feet to its final resting place. The Carlsbad Police Department was now investigating a homicide. Police searched for surveillance cameras between where they located Emily's body and the Stevens Inn. They were searching for the white pickup truck Robert saw her get into. Detectives found a camera facing the highway at a Walmart. They viewed the footage starting at 11:30 p.m. when Emily was last seen on camera leaving the bar. Detectives spotted a white truck 2 minutes after midnight and 30 minutes after Emily left the bar. The vehicle pulled into the parking lot, traveling near the gas pumps, and later disappeared out of frame. The distance from the camera made it impossible to determine the vehicle's occupants or the license plate. Detectives questioned and alibied all the men who left the bar that night within 30 minutes of Emily. None of them had the opportunity to pick Emily up and commit the horrific act based on the timeline Robert provided. With leads drying up, the investigators looked at the footage from the hotel lobby. They cued the footage to 11:48 a.m. when Robert said Emily got in the white truck. The detectives' attention is brought to the right of frame as they spot a familiar face. It's Robert. According to Robert's story, he should have been in his hotel room with Emily now. Robert left the camera's view for a few seconds and then returned with his phone pressed to his ear. He appeared agitated, and as the receptionist handed over the room key, he immediately grabbed it, turned, and left. Detective Rennie believed Robert had gotten a key because Emily had locked him out of the room. He called her on his phone and was angry because she would not open the room door for him. Investigators thought Robert knew a lot more than what he told them. Detectives must find out for sure who Robert was talking to and why. They subpoenaed both Emily and Robert's phone records. The records revealed a voicemail from Robert Early left on Emily's phone. The voicemail was left just minutes after Robert left the reception area with the new keycard.
On the move. Finally, smash.
It was clear that a struggle had occurred in the room between Emily and Robert. Investigators assigned a new detective to interview him, Detective Alan Sanchez. Detective Sanchez said that he first wanted to establish a rapport with him. He allowed Robert to take a smoke break and chatted with him. Robert admitted to some level of involvement in Emily's death during the smoke break, and Detective Sanchez brought him to an interview room for a formal statement.
Kicked the shit out the door and knocked the eye hole off.
That's not possible.
The room door?
Yeah. Okay. I don't think she had showed back up yet. And I had to go back and get that second key. I'm not sure. I went straight in though, I remember that. I don't remember the exact part that I walked back into the bar and told Gabe that she had left. because I think she pulled off again.
Okay.
Fairbairn Sykes. Double-edged.
And then came back and was like, I'm getting my shit, I'm leaving. We're done, it's over, I'm leaving you, this and that. And I was like, really? And then she was wanting to drive. That's what started the whole altercation in the room. She wanted to drink and drive all the way back to Fort. I said, no, you're not leaving.
Okay.
Very stubborn. She started fighting with me over it. I said, you're not leaving.
Yep.
You're gonna sleep in that bed, I'll sleep in this bed. And she started going crazy with me.
Yes.
And we started, pushing around, and that's when she grabbed my arm and bit the hell out of me.
I'll be right over.
And then swept me back. And I put my head against the wall. And that's when I got up and hit her. And then, well, I had already ripped off her mirror, her handle. And she didn't want to get out. And I kicked us out of her car. And we got back to the room, and we scoped around, and I hit her, and then I kicked her. I double touched her. I lost it.
Okay. Where did you kick her the first time?
I think in the mouth.
Okay.
I hit her in the side and kicked her in the mouth.
Okay. And then the second and third time you kicked her?
I might have once. After I kicked her those 2 times, she was still okay. She got up.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, what? I was pretty shocked. It came at me again. And that went from one side of the room to the other living room. And then I kicked her a couple more times. I mean, I was able to get her down. And I was shooting crazy. I was tripping out. I didn't know what was going on, And then I kicked her again there.
Where'd you kick her that time?
I think in the face.
Okay.
Pretty much all headshots.
Okay.
That I can remember.
Okay.
And I started freaking out. I'm like, oh. And she was just laying there, like, breathing, like a weird breath. And I was
like she was knocked out?
Yeah, and I didn't know what to do. And so I was like, oh my God, oh my God.
Okay.
And I just put her in the car and drove out there. And then we scoped again behind that guy's house. She came to, and then as she was coming at me, I grabbed that freaking air pump that was. She had everything because she had drove down there. The air pump, like my other hard hat and stuff was in the front seat. Bunch of just miscellaneous shit, And I grabbed that and whacked her with it, and I whacked her with it a couple times. I remember hitting her a couple more times and then leaving.
Ready for duty?
I was so worried and so upset and stuff. I remember in the morning, I couldn't believe it. And I drove, back out there, see if she was okay or moving or anything. She wasn't. I was freaked out. I didn't know what to do. And I was, crying all the way back, oh my God,
what happened?
Yeah. What did I do? What did I do?
How did you drag her back there, brother? I know it's probably a shitty thing to think about, but I mean, did you grab her and drag her back, or did you wrap her with something and drag her back?
I wrapped her with something.
Yes.
What did you wrap her with?
Rope.
A rope? Did you try to run her neck?
It was just a quick, like a slip, and then
Fairbairn Sykes.
just threw her around the passenger door and shut the door. I almost freaked out. I was back like this. I wouldn't even, probably wouldn't even back there for a whole total of 15, 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But bam, and then out of there, and then I back to the hotel room, took a shower, and it was
understood.
Freaked out, and then all of a sudden I was able to lay down and pass out. I was annihilated, and I was worn out, and at that point in time, I was just like, I woke up in the morning, I had seen the road, the mirror was on the ground outside, the handle was in the room, and I was panicked and freaked out, and then cleaned up, and then went straight to go see her. I mean, there was really no blood in the room.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
And that's what they're gonna want to hear is I'm sorry. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry, I ruined the best girl of my life. I'm sorry for her kids. I'm sorry for my kids.
You truly are sorry, Robert?
You don't even know how bad.
I know.
I mean, I was able to cry a lot. I mean, the first couple of days, and then I just got to the point where it just weighing on me. I couldn't breathe. I just cigarette after cigarette after cigarette. I mean, and I drank. I had to do something to take to even be able to lay down and sit like that, because I mean, I'm trying to live this lie thinking it was gonna go away.
Yeah.
And I didn't want it to go away. I just didn't. I kept on thinking maybe I can make it right with God somehow. And just never do anything bad again and be there for my daughter and be okay.
I'll be right over.
In a sense, you've at least started that to make it right by telling the truth, you know?
And I'm so scared to go to jail. I've never been to jail.
I hear you. And I'm not going to sit here and say I understand because I've never been to jail, but, you know.
Man, I was freaked out. And that all was from like, I was still drunk, probably, 5:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
On when I woke up and I see the dress on the ground and all that stuff. I was like, oh my God.
On the ground where?
In the room.
Oh, okay.
She didn't have it, and I was like, oh my God. And then the worst thing was, like, my best friend was gone. My best friend was gone. Her.
Oh, okay.
Where's the rope at? You want to go for a ride? Because like I said,
yeah, we'll go for a ride and we'll check it out.
Negative.
They're going to put me somewhere with a bunch of hardcore murderers that don't give. Man, I really wish I was in Texas. Not really, actually. Really, how are y'all's laws?
Man,
Affirmative.
I've been doing detective work for a little while, but I'm more familiar with the dope laws. As far as this,
like this, what they get.
Affirmative.
This kind of stuff, it all depends. And like I told you, it all depends on honesty. It all depends on honesty. You know what I mean?
And I don't think I'm trying to be selfish. I've been stressed out about this so hardcore, and I didn't know what to say. I really was. I was just hoping I was going to get to home to see my daughter. You know what I'm saying? And then I started thinking about her kids and stuff, and I had to put it out of my mind because it eating me up. And then I was like, well, this other truck, and this and that. When we
coming right over.
I was like, okay, well, here goes those questions again. And then the polygraph. And then some dude saying he seen me get in a truck, which wasn't the case, which I think was probably bull first place to get me to confess.
No, actually, I can tell you this. Some guy actually did say that. So,
Well, that must have happened with somebody else.
Yeah. And we started to figure that out.
Oh, y'all figured out it was somebody else?
Yeah, we figured out that there was no way that could have happened. So we were like, well, he's telling the truth about that because, we got to do, we got to put the bits and pieces together and that didn't fit. You understand what I'm saying? Well, let's go for a ride. Let's go take a break. Let's go have a smoke. And
I'll be right
we'll go for a ride. You can show me where the dress is at, where the rope's at. And then we'll go from there. You want to talk some more? We'll talk some more, man.
Robert admitted to kicking Emily repeatedly in the head and face with steel-toed boots. He then brought her to the dump site, where he beat her in the head again using an air pump. Afterward, Robert tied a rope around her neck, shut the other end of the rope in the back passenger door, and dragged her over 500 feet on a rocky road. Robert claimed the initial fight was in self-defense and that Emily had regained consciousness at the dump site, and that is why he beat her with the air pump. On the way to the jail, he told Detective Sanchez what really happened.
We were discussing some stuff on the way back from the scene, bringing them back to the jail. Robert, I'm gonna go just advise you, like what we just talked about just a few minutes ago. I'm gonna advise you to be ready. Okay. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to an attorney and have a present during questioning. If you can't afford one to be appointed to by the court free of charge. If you decide to start answering questions, you can stop at any time. Okay? You understand your rights?
Okay.
Okay. You were giving me a little bit more detail about what happened, like before you took her out there and while you were out there and stuff. Can we go over that again?
Okay.
You said whenever you loaded her up in the car, you grabbed her by the... How'd you grab her?
Underarms.
Underarms. Okay.
Ready for duty?
Then you put her in the car. Was she conscious at that time?
No, she was out.
She was out. Okay. And then you drove her out there to the house on 31. Did she ever regain consciousness?
No.
Never?
Never.
Okay. So she didn't fight with you out there?
No.
Okay. So then whenever you got there, what'd you do? You pulled her out of the back seat?
Mm-hmm.
And then what happened?
And I was like, well, it was right behind the house, so I drove her back to behind that barn, and
Glad to assist.
I didn't know she was, I didn't know what was going on, and I hit her a couple of times with the bar to make, because
I'll be there.
I didn't want her to be laying there all night long, just, in pain, or I don't even know if
What's next?
You don't want her?
I didn't know. I mean, she wasn't breathing. I just didn't know what was going on, and I hit her with the bar a couple times.
Did you do that to make sure she wasn't suffering? To make sure she wasn't? Make sure she was dead, or?
I guess, because I thought she was, and I just didn't want. I mean, she looked pretty bad. I know she was gonna lay there and just freeze to death, or because it was gonna be cold in the morning.
Okay.
So I hit her with the bar a couple times.
Once you hit her with the bar, after you drug her, once you hit her with the bar, then what happened?
I put the rope on the hood, grabbed the bar, wrapped it up, and left.
Okay.
And then whenever you left, then what happened?
Well, the rope came off against the hood, and I wasn't even thinking about it, and I threw the bar off the side of the road. And then in the morning I woke up, I went back to the hotel, washed up, passed out, woke up at 5:30 in a panic, like, and I seen my pants, and I freaked out, and I drove straight back out there to see if she was moving or anything.
And did you go back out there and see her body?
She wasn't moving.
She wasn't moving.
And I panicked then, and I just started trying to cover my tracks.
How'd you do that?
Oh, I found the rope, I threw it off the side of the road.
You found the rope laying?
It was not too far behind the house. It blew off the hood.
Oh, okay.
And I was driving, I seen it, I just picked it up, threw it off the side of the road on the way back.
And then what happened?
I went back to the room, grabbed the pans, wrapped them in the trash, and threw them in the hotel trash can at first. And I didn't know if she was gonna be found. They're gonna go search the trash cans and stuff, so I threw it away in the dumpster at the Chevron.
Okay.
I got a pack of cigarettes and was going to head back to Fort Worth and move my stuff out of her house and just be done and act like she had left with another guy, which was what she originally said she was gonna do, but she didn't end up doing that. And then my mom told me to come back because she could be hurt. She's not there. She didn't show up because I originally told my mom she left with somebody else. And I turned back around.
So you were actually on your way to Fort Worth?
I was going to go to Fort Worth, yeah. And then I turned back around and was really started thinking in my head that if I leave, it's just going to look so much worse. And so I came back, and there was a little bit of blood on the wall, on a couple walls. I kind of wiped down with my finger, one with a little bar of soap. I had her dress. It was in the room. I seen it in the room. I threw it in the bag and I chunked it the next day. I went to work that night. I filed that missing persons report around 1 and tried to stay with that story because I couldn't believe what happened. And I was scared. So I stuck with what I originally told my mom. I couldn't put all the pieces together yet, and I knew I was looking at something that was horrible.
You think there's any justification for what you did?
I mean, at first I was trying to keep her from leaving because she was hammered and I didn't want her to get in the car and drive. And then when we started with the altercation, I mean, at first she had put me on the ground relatively easily, which I was kind of surprised. But it threw me off guard and it pissed me off because my head hit the wall. And then I reacted and hit her, and then when she fell, I kicked her in the head with my steel toe. And
did you kick her hard?
Yeah, I kicked her hard. And I kicked her, she was still talking shit, and I kicked her again a couple more times, and then she was completely out. And then I was freaking out and I didn't know what to do.
I know you feel remorseful for what happened. I know you feel sorry for what happened, and stuff. But when you look at the totality of everything, you look at the whole situation, do you really feel like there was a real good justification?
We were drunk and we were scuffling and it escalated. I mean, you can't ever justify hurting somebody like that, in my mind. It's something I would never do if I was sober, straight thinking I'm a really good, nice guy. I mean, take care of my daughter. I love her kids. I can't let it go that I actually did that to her. I feel horrible.
Is there anything else you want to add?
Extremely sorry. I'm sorry for her parents. I'm sorry for her kids. I'm sorry for my daughter and my family.
After his arrest, Robert made a call to his mother.
Hello?
Hey,
Hey, Rob.
well, did you hear the news?
Yes, I sure did.
And I'm being charged.
Yep.
Well, we also,
Telling the truth now?
well, we were really, really drunk, and Emily was trying to leave, and I tried to keep her from not going, and she bit me and threw me into the wall, and I hit her. Oh, she bit me to where it was blood coming on my arm. I hit her. Things got really bad. I was blacked out. I mean, I didn't really remember most of it until everything bad happened, and then it just went really south. I really didn't know what else to do.
What do you mean you didn't know what else to do besides kill her?
I didn't mean to.
Well, how did you do it?
I'm not even getting into all that.
Well, from what I hear, it was pretty bad. I don't want you to give me details. I don't want to live with that. But I just can't believe it. I feel dead inside. Because I just can't believe it, that you got yourself that out of control.
Mom, we had been drinking all day, and I got scared after it happened. It just went bad from worse. I was honest. I showed, after I showed everything, I found everything, to try to make it look better. I mean, I didn't want it to happen. I loved Emily.
She was making decisions on the drunk brain, too, and you've been around that, and
I know it. Normally I don't act until I got bit and something. I lost it. It pissed me off. She's very, very hot-headed and stubborn when she's drunk, and it went from... I just played into it, and I shouldn't have.
Well, you've never ever been able to grab a hold of your emotions when you needed to, when you got hot-headed.
I'm hoping I get crime of passion or something like that, but I don't know.
He told Brittany that it wasn't crime of passion. He said it was just alcohol. Please tell me. Well, I want you to be honest. Was it premeditated or it just happened?
Yeah, it just happened.
What's next?
Brittany's just going to tell her that her daddy's working out of the country, and just hope to God no kids or other parents open their mouths, because this will devastate her.
I mean, I might be gone for 10 or less, or more.
Yeah.
I mean, I just
I'll
feel
be
so...
70 when you get out.
I know,
70 or so.
Mom, I know you'll be 70 when I get out.
But Robbie, I know how you were when you were drinking. I know that you got out of hand before, but not like that. But and I figured she provoked you, and you couldn't stop. That's what I really figured happened.
Well, I've been thinking about this. I got that $800 check that's coming to your house.
Yeah.
Sign it and give half to Brittany and half to me.
You?
I'm gonna need some money. I don't know where I'm going. I need to at least walk into wherever I'm going with some money.
$400 to you?
Just, Mom will be gone for a while, and that'll save you guys from having to do it. And all my income tax money that I had that's in Emily's account, I'm just gonna give it to them.
Give it to who?
To let Emily's parents keep it. I mean, what else do you think I should do? You want to ask her parents for my income tax money?
I don't want to ask them for anything like that.
Because, I mean, I was gonna try to give it to you to give to...
I'd like to do that too, Ryan. They're nice people, but I imagine I'm the last person they want to hear from right now.
Is it on the news there that I did this?
Oh, big time. Pictures of you and her together kissing, and your name all spelled out.
What's next?
I'm just beating myself up, trying to figure out what I did wrong with you.
You didn't do anything wrong with me.
Your dad's just, he believed in you till the end. And I had to call him and tell him. I knew it. I knew it was exactly what you just told me. Because and when Brittany provoked you,
Hey. No, don't do any of that.
Okay. I just know that you can't, alcohol does stupid things to people.
All her friends knew that she got really hot-headed when she was drunk. Normally, I just let it bypass.
Well,
This time it made me really mad.
No excuse.
I know,
Whether she got hot-headed or not. And then
Mom, when you're
gonna have
blacked,
plenty of time to think about it.
yeah, when you're blacked out. I mean, look, my daughter, you never know how old she's gonna be when I get out. Will she even remember me? I mean, my dog will be dead. He's probably only got 3 or 4 years left and good.
I tell you what, your brother is very upset. I know who you are when you're rational. You are the person I'm talking to right now. I knew that with alcohol involved, that wasn't going to be a good thing.
Yeah.
Did you get a court-appointed attorney or ask for one during all this?
Yes.
They're going to have to give me a court-appointed attorney, but I don't do any of that until I get down to the jail, right?
Well, I think you could have asked while you were being interviewed to ask for a lawyer.
They won't do it until I get arraigned. Oh, that sucks. I'm going to be arraigned so early. No sleep. I'll be up, Mom.
Plenty of time to sleep now.
Yeah. All right.
Well,
I can't
do
call
love
you.
you, and I don't know.
I'll probably take a plea bargain. I'm not going to go to trial on this. I don't know what they'll say in trial. I just don't want to get the book thrown at me.
Yeah. All right. Well, when you get out, you can have a life. Find a job. It's going to be really hard now.
Well, tell her I love her.
All right.
All right, bye.
Bye.
That was hard.
Understood.
Robert was charged with kidnapping and murder in the first degree and tampering with evidence. Roughly 1 year later, his trial began, lasting 3 weeks. On May 15, 2015, after deliberating for a few hours, the jury found Robert Early guilty on all 3 counts. The judge sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In the aftermath, Emily's parents graciously raised her children. Donna said that Emily was such a vibrant person and a great mom. She said, "It's sad that the girls never really got the chance to know her." Stephen said life without Emily is difficult. He said, "You don't get used to losing a child." For more videos of cases never seen on YouTube, click one of the videos on screen now or the links in the pinned comment. Goodbye for now.
Achtung, wir haben Alarm.
I just made some coffee. I can bring you some. I just made some coffee. I just made some.
Baby, I have some.
Understood.
It was October 2021, and a happily married couple were driving into rural Vermont to celebrate their 1-year wedding anniversary. Joseph and Emily had planned a 2-day trip with some family members, traveling up in their camper van, which they'd affectionately named Roaming Rosie. But what appeared to be a picturesque vacation would soon turn into a nightmare. This perfectly planned trip took a sinister turn when on the second day, Joseph showed up to breakfast without Emily. She wasn't seen all day. When his family asked, he just said she wasn't feeling well, or that they just had a little fight. But back in the camper, something awful had occurred.
That's it. You're dead. That's it. You're dead, she said to him. Then seeing her start to pull her pistol out from under her pillow, because these are people who slept with guns under their pillows.
The fight they'd had wasn't little at all, and it had ended in the worst way possible. A missing wife, a camper van that was supposed to be a home, and 8 trash bags. This is the horrifying case of Joseph Ferlazzo. Joseph and Emily started dating in the early stages of the pandemic in 2020. Emily was 20 at the time, while Joseph was 40. Born in July 1999, Emily was a New Hampshire native with a bright future She was born when her mom was still a freshman in college, but her mom was determined to give her a good life. Emily had 5 half-siblings and a verve for life. She loved all things creative, but her focus was caring for other people. For this reason, she started at esthetician school. However, she soon decided that her ambitions would best be served as a nurse. She started as a licensed nursing assistant in New Hampshire, which is what she was doing when she met Joseph Ferlazzo. Joseph was born in Pennsylvania. He trained as a tattoo artist, and he moved to Vermont in 2012. He first met Emily in 2018, when she was only 19. Joseph was teaching one of her friends, Lauren, to be a body piercer. Lauren was a nervous piercer, so he suggested she do a piercing on someone she knew and was comfortable with to start. So she brought Emily into the parlor.
When she left, I made a comment to Lauren. I said that, I was like, that friend of yours is something special. I said I wouldn't mind making her my next ex-wife.
They didn't start dating then. Emily was seeing someone else, and Joseph moved to Maine for a year or so just after this meeting. But when he returned to Vermont in 2020, he got in contact with Emily. He gave her a tattoo, and they started hanging out regularly.
She told me she had just broken up with her boyfriend. She dyed her hair a different color. She was extremely flirty, and I was receptive to that. I asked her if she wanted to go have a motorcycle ride and see a tour of some of Vermont.
Perhaps Emily was attracted to Joseph's creativity as a tattoo artist, or maybe his bad boy persona. He was much older than her, and he couldn't offer anything in the way of financial security. When they met, he was bouncing around friends' couches.
Rent is expensive in Vermont. I had to get my finances secure so I could regain my independence.
Emily was still living in her parents' house in New Hampshire, but she spent a lot of time visiting her friends in Vermont. She had the best of both worlds, the stability of her parents and the social life with her friends. She represented attractive financial security. Soon, the couple became official, and at the end of the summer, they got engaged.
There was finally enough money in the account to afford first, last, and security, and we found an apartment.
Emily could always fall back on her parents if all else failed, but this whirlwind relationship wasn't without its critics. When they got engaged in September 2020, Emily shared a post on Facebook about negative comments on people's engagements. It read, "When someone gets engaged, buys a house, gets married, has a baby, etc., learn how to say congratulations, and that's it. They don't need to hear, 'Are you sure you're ready for that? 'Cause baby, I have some stories.' Or, 'Why y'all didn't get a smaller house to save money, because when we did it, we struggled.' Or, 'You don't need any more kids.' It's not your life to live. Y'all keep your negativity to yourselves. Everybody's outcome will never be the same." She added a comment that read, "At everyone." The post implied that people had been commenting on her engagement to Joseph, criticizing it. He was twice her age, and they'd only been dating for 4 months. It was unsurprising that her friends and relatives had things to say about it. But she ignored them, and in October 2020, she married him. Together, Joseph and Emily bought an old bus and started refurbishing it, hoping to live in it as a camper van. Early in 2021, they moved it to Emily's parents' property to save money on rent, and also so Emily had more support in navigating her new marriage, which was not turning out as blissful as she'd hoped. Around New Year's Eve, she had expressed her struggles to her mom over the phone.
It was a phone call from Emily near midnight, stating that she had been in a fight with him and that he had pushed her, and she was crying.
Did you ever observe any marks on her body?
Yes.
Did you ever ask her how she got those marks?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
The gouges down her chest, she said that she acquired them from their dog. The handprint bruise on the back of her arm, she would not tell me where it came from.
Her mom was worried for her safety, But she didn't want to intercede, fearing it would make the situation worse. Having the couple come to live on Emily's parents' property seemed like the safest solution. It would allow them to keep an eye on Joseph's behavior, but not when they went to Vermont. With a population of 1,301, Bolton, Vermont is known mainly as a ski resort. It's in the foothills of the Green Mountains, surrounded by forests and valleys. It's the ideal vacation spot for an outdoorsy couple, but this was to be far from an ideal vacation. Emily seemed nervous about going away with her husband.
Did Emily seem excited to leave? To go on the trip?
She was excited to see her sister-in-law, but it seemed to be taking longer to get the bus ready. So she seemed, I don't know how to describe it. She wasn't upset, but sort of just...
It was understandable, given the problems they'd been having. Far from happy recent newlyweds, Joseph and Emily went on their anniversary trip as a couple close to the breaking point. Stressed about money, arguing constantly, and jealous over each other, as Joseph had been polyamorous until he married Emily and wanted to open their marriage again. Something was bound to go wrong. But Emily couldn't have imagined just how wrong. Joseph's sister, Nicole, and her boyfriend Ariel also came on the trip. They stayed in an Airbnb in Bolton to celebrate Ariel's birthday as well as Emily and Joseph's anniversary. Both couples arrived in Bolton on Friday, October 15th, planning to leave again on Sunday after a pleasant weekend spent rambling, hiking, eating, and enjoying the surroundings. It was the first time that Nicole had ever met Emily, even though Emily had been married to Nicole's brother for a year now. She was curious about her brother's wife and invited the couple to the Airbnb on that first Friday night. But late that evening, Joseph texted her to cancel. Maybe something was off. Or maybe the couple were just tired after their journey from New Hampshire. It didn't matter, they'd all see each other again tomorrow.
Instead of going inside and spending time with his sister, Mr. Ferlazzo and Emily argued. They argued because Mr. Ferlazzo had brought Emily on their one-year anniversary to the very same condo complex that his ex-wife lived. They argued because Mr. Ferlazzo seemed to believe that he didn't have any obligations to be monogamous with his wife, be faithful to her, and she told him she was done. She told him she did not want to be with him, that she could not do it anymore, and that she wanted to leave.
Joseph behaved perfectly normal on Saturday morning.
He greets his sister on Saturday morning with a text and says, "I just made some coffee. I can bring you some." He takes a shower at her Airbnb.
The converted bus had its own shower, but Nicole didn't question why he couldn't use it. She was just looking forward to a nice morning with her brother.
They go to breakfast. When his sister asks where Emily is, he says she's sleeping. They have breakfast. He eats. He drinks some mimosa. They make plans to go to St. Albans, where another friend of his lives. He gives his sister a tattoo. They go out to dinner that night in St. Albans.
To be honest, he seemed fine the whole weekend. I mean, obviously, you know, like he did tell me, you know, like that they fought at one point, you know, and that she ran off. But during breakfast, he seemed fine.
Every married couple has their tiffs. The way Joseph described this fight, it sounded dramatic, with possibly catastrophic implications for their marriage, but not violent.
He basically just said, you know, that they got into a big fight, and that she left the van and ran off, and that she might have maybe met up with a friend or something. But from my understanding, I didn't really understand their relationship. All I understood is that they might have fought often, and he just seemed very distraught that she ran off.
Joseph and Emily's fights were apparently a normal occurrence. What wasn't normal was that Emily had run off. Joseph appeared emotionally distant and out of it all day, which Nicole just attributed to the fight. Maybe he was just worried about his wife and the state of his marriage, which was still so recent. That evening, Joseph moved the camper van to a friend's place in nearby St. Albans, and the three of them went to a party. There was still no sign of Emily. Also at this party was an off-duty police officer. Nothing about Joseph's demeanor struck her as out of the ordinary.
Who was hanging out at the fire?
Myself, Alex, Sarah, Jason, and Joseph.
Did you see Mr. Ferlazzo's van parked on the property?
Yes.
Where was it parked?
It was next to the driveway, a little bit back. You could see it from where we were sitting at the fire.
Was Mr. Ferlazzo drinking?
Affirmative. Not that I recall.
Was anybody using drugs?
Yes.
On it.
Who was using drugs?
Joseph.
Do you know what drugs he was using?
It appeared to be marijuana.
And why did you think that?
He was smoking it out of a bong.
How do you know what a bong is?
Life experience and law enforcement experience.
Can you describe Mr. Ferlazzo's demeanor during the evening?
He was very relaxed, casually engaged in conversation.
How long were you hanging out with him by the fire?
I think it was about 4 hours.
During that 4-hour period of time, were you talking with him?
Yes.
What were you talking about?
We talked about our jobs. We talked about the camper that he was renovating. He said that he was going to live out of it. Just small talk.
What's next?
And while you were talking, you mentioned, did he tell you what he did for a living?
Yes, he said he was a tattoo artist.
And when he told you that he was a tattoo artist, did you recognize him at that point?
Yes.
No problem.
Yes.
And tell us about that.
A friend of mine had gotten a tattoo from him years before.
And was that when you made the connection of that you had previously met him?
Yes.
Did you tell Mr. Perlazzo that you were in law enforcement?
Yes.
How did he react to that?
He continued to engage me in conversation very steadily for the rest of the night.
It didn't seem to bother him at all that she was a member of law enforcement. Why should it? According to the outside world, everything was fine, and he'd done nothing wrong. The only thing that was strange was that he didn't mention Emily at all during their conversation. Not until the very end.
Around what time did the evening end?
I think around midnight.
And how did it end?
Myself, Alex, Sarah, and Jason went into their house, and Joseph went off in the direction of his camper.
As you were retiring for the night, did Mr. Perlazzo say anything to you?
Yes.
What did he say?
A comment was made where he related something to Emily. He said, "Oh, Emily likes that." And I said to my friend Alex, "Oh, I didn't know that he had a wife."
Had he not spoken about a person named Emily in the 4 hours before?
No.
Did he tell you that he was married?
No.
Did he tell you that his wife had walked off on Saturday and he hadn't heard from her?
No.
Yes.
Doesn't mention Emily once. Doesn't even mention that he has a wife. As if she just doesn't exist. You heard testimony that the campfire wraps up around midnight when Mr. Ferlazzo gets back into the van, and while Emily's body lays feet away from him, he sends her phone another text message. "This is far enough!" Exclamation point, exclamation point. "Get your home!" Exclamation point.
I'll be there.
"I gotta go back to New Hampshire. Are you coming back?"
On Sunday, they parted ways, leaving Vermont. Joseph went back to Emily's parents' property in New Hampshire, where they lived together. He left the camper van behind at a friend's place in St. Albans. When he got back, he told Emily's mom a similar story to what he'd told Nicole, that he and Emily had gotten into an argument in a parking lot on Saturday. But he told Emily's mom that it had gotten physical. He said he tried to stop her from leaving, and then she kicked him in the groin. He'd left to go to the store, and Emily said she was getting an Uber back to New Hampshire.
Emily's family told investigators, Joseph told them that after that fight, Emily got out of their camper van and started walking on Route 2 in Bolton, Vermont. Joseph told family members he drove to a nearby convenience store, but when he came back along that road, his wife was gone.
According to Joseph, this was the last time he'd seen her, and he'd been expecting to find her back at her parents' place already. But her parents weren't convinced.
Did you ask him where Emily was?
I admit, not the most common tool.
What explanation did he give you about why Emily wasn't with her?
That they had had an argument, and she got out of the bus on Route 2. He drove away to a gas station to let her cool off, and then he came back. She was gone.
What did you observe about him when he arrived?
He was shaking. I interpreted that as he was cold because he had just driven from Vermont on his motorcycle.
Did he tell you why he wasn't in the van?
No.
Did he tell you where the van was?
I'll be right over.
I asked him 2 different times, and he told me 2 different answers. One was New Haven, and the other is at a garage of somebody, I believe, named Kurt.
Were either of those locations that he gave you his friend's house in St. Albans?
No.
What did he do while he was at your residence?
I whistle and they come running.
He took a shower. He ate the dinner that David had made for us.
Did Joseph tell you that he called the police?
He did not.
Okay. And
I'll be right over.
did you call the police?
My husband, David Bass, called the police with me.
And did the Vermont State Police ultimately speak to Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes.
And was he at your house when that occurred?
Yes.
The police then contacted Joseph as their first port of call, since he'd been the last person to see her alive.
This is Trooper Corey, State Police, looking for Joseph. Okay, thanks. Hey, Joseph, this is Trooper Cody from State Police.
Hello.
Hey, so, I just got off the phone with your father-in-law. And it sounds like there's some concern about maybe where Emily may be. Okay, what can you do? It sounds like you, what do we know at this point, I guess? What's he telling you?
What he did next betrayed a guilty conscience. Emily hadn't just disappeared. He'd done something to her, and now he was trying to cover it up. That night, Joseph turned up at his friend Spencer's house. He wanted Spencer to drive him back to St. Albans to pick up the camper van. But when they got to St. Albans, they found the camper van already surrounded by police. Joseph knew what the police would find. When he saw them, he panicked, and he told Spencer to drive away.
What did you think when you saw those police vehicles?
Alarm bells went off in my head, and then he said, just go to the end of the road. It was a dead-end road, and he said, turn around. And then I turned around, and he instructed me to drive past the police.
Spencer was a good friend, but he wasn't about to let Joseph get away with murder. He demanded to know what was going on.
I asked him, what's going on, man? You need to tell me what's going on if I'm going to be driving past a police officer. He responded to me with, there's a lot going on. I wish I could see my grandmother. And then I said, what is going on? He said, Emily is back in the van. I said, is Emily alive? He said,
what's next?
No.
Okay.
And I asked, did you hurt her? He said, yes.
Just then, Spencer realized a fact that would scare anybody. He had a murderer riding shotgun. Scared for his life, he told Joseph to get out of the car, and he phoned the police.
Vermont 911, where is your emergency?
Yes, my name is Spencer Lemons. I've got a guy that is going towards St. Albans. I did something really bad. I said, what did you do? And he said that his wife is inside that box. And I said, is she alive? And he goes, no.
Inside it, they found 8 garbage bags. Those garbage bags contained human remains. They also found a Glock handgun underneath the pillows on the bed, and ammunition and a silencer stored in a basket nearby. In a butcher's block in the kitchen, there was a blood-stained knife. There was blood on the mattress and on the wood underneath it where it had been laying, suggesting someone had turned it over to hide the stain. Similar bloody stains were found in the camper van shower, alongside a bottle of bleach and other cleaning materials. All this was the horrifying evidence that proved a murder had taken place in the converted bus, and that the killer had tried to cover it up. 14 hours later, at around 2 p.m. on October 19th, an officer spotted Joseph at a gas station where she just happened to be buying lunch.
He was getting a drink out of the cooler and sort of stepping back from the cooler at that time.
Did you recognize the male?
When he closed the door to the cooler and he turned around and we made eye contact, I was like, wait, I know this person. In that moment, I couldn't figure out where or why. My brain was still trying to catch up with me. But I knew I recognized him.
Okay. And did you ultimately determine how you recognized him?
Yeah, so he walked to the right and then turned to walk up to one of the aisles towards the front of the store, and he turned and looked at me again. And we locked eyes again, and at that point, I recognized that it was Joseph Ferlazzo.
Okay. And how did you recognize him? What have you seen?
So I had spent, like I said, a lot of that morning sort of scouring through social media. I had seen dozens of pictures of Mr. Ferlazzo as well as Emily. And then also our public information officer for the state police was at the barracks that morning. He was preparing a press release that he was getting ready to put out with photos, which included Mr. Ferlazzo. And he had asked me to proofread that for him just before I went to the store. So it was like another look at Mr. Ferlazzo's face right before I left.
Okay. And where did that mail go?
Up to the front of the store to the cash register area.
What was the next thing you did with that information?
I told Brandon that's Joseph Ferlazzo. He's heading out of the store. I'm going to follow him.
Did you approach him outside?
I followed behind him. He was walking along the front of the store.
On the move.
Okay. And
Glad to assist.
what did you do? What was your interaction?
I said, Joseph.
Okay.
And the male kept walking, no acknowledgement. So then I said something to the effect of, hey, state police, can you stop for a second? I just need to talk to you.
Okay. And did the male stop?
He did.
Okay. And what did you do? Once the individuals stopped, did they stop and actually turn around to face you and interact with you?
He did turn around and then took a very long, almost exaggerated drink of his energy drink. Just looking at me, sort of the proverbial deer in the headlight look. It seemed to me, based on my training and experience, it was almost as if he were trying to figure out, fight, flight, freeze, what do I do?
Okay. And what did you say to him?
I said, Joseph, it's you, right? Are you okay?
Okay. And what did he do in reply?
He took his drink down and his body language sort of deflated. And he said, no, I'm not okay.
How did you respond to that?
I said, well, there's a lot of people looking for you and looking for Emily, and we're just trying to figure out where Emily is and what's going on. Her family's very worried about her.
Okay. And what was his response?
Let's go.
He said, let's go. Okay.
She took him into custody.
Affirmative.
They sat him down for an interview immediately. He seemed to be very cooperative, and this wasn't just spur of the moment. He'd been on the run for 14 hours. He'd had time to plan out what he might say if caught.
Sure you already talked to Spencer. I played it, and it's something that I can't undo.
He admitted what he'd done without fanfare.
As soon as I put the vehicle in park, my wife went completely berserk, completely psychotic.
Coming right over.
And
yes.
I shot her.
He painted a picture of a romantic weekend that had gone horribly wrong, thanks to the ingratitude of his wife. He suggested he hadn't known what he was doing when he picked up the gun.
Something inside my head was like, I remember feeling really warm, and I remember feeling worried, and
yes.
I don't know, something inside me said enough is enough.
Affirmative.
Something inside of him said, enough is enough. But instead of walking away from Emily, going into his sister's Airbnb, out of the van, instead he executes his plan. He got up from the couch. He went to the closet. He grabbed this Glock 19 with this silencer.
I'll be right over.
He walked over to the bed.
I admit, not the most common tool.
Emily's head was resting on this pillow.
Okay.
He picked up this throw pillow from the couch.
Yep.
He jumped onto the bed. He put this throw pillow over her face, and he shot her once and twice, directly into the left side of her head, killing her. Both of those bullets exited her skull on the right side of her head and came to rest inside the very pillow that her head was laying
I'll be
on.
right over.
The evidence presented in this trial shows that Emily posed no threat to Mr. Ferlazzo. And in fact, his story that she had a gun was directly contradicted by the fact that both of the pistols were his. Emily did not have a gun. His story that he remembers Emily's body falling after he killed her is directly contradicted by the physical and forensic evidence. Dr. Shapiro told you that her head was resting on something when she was killed. And immediately after killing her, rather than calling 911, any police agency, his ex-wife, or his sister, who was just yards away from him, Mr. Ferlazzo instead shuts off Emily's phone because, in his words, quote, he wasn't going to use it and she wasn't going to use it.
I'll be right over.
After he shut off her phone, Mr. Ferlazzo used his 6-foot, 200-pound body to carry her 5'1", 130-pound body into the shower. He bagged up this bloody pillow, bagged up this red throw pillow.
I'll be right over.
He bagged up this bloody pillowcase, this bloody sheet. He then put her shoes, her glasses, her wallet, and her phone in a plastic grocery bag, but was careful to keep her ID.
Coming right over.
He put new sheets, a new blanket, and new pillows on the bed. Then he gets back in the very bed he just killed his wife in.
Yes.
And just a few hours later, at 7:48 a.m., while his wife's body is in his shower, he texts his sister.
Okay.
I can't sleep.
Okay.
Any interest in going for breakfast? And even makes a recommendation on where to go. Maxie's has really good breakfast, exclamation point.
Coming right over.
I just French pressed some coffee. Have you had coffee yet? And off they go to Maxie's, where Mr. Ferlazzo has eggs and a mimosa. Then he drives his van from Bolton to St. Albans, parks the van on the property of his best friend. And rather than telling them that Emily's in the van, that he killed her, that he had to kill her, he tells them she took off. And then he sets up shop and starts to give his sister a tattoo.
Let's go.
But not before sending Emily's phone a text message. Whatever, exclamation point and angry face. I'm gonna spend time with Nikki while I can, exclamation point. Call me. And 3 hours later, he finishes his sister's tattoo.
Better not lose him.
And an hour after that, he goes out to eat again. This time at Twigs, a gastropub in St. Albans.
Yeah?
He eats dinner.
Sure thing.
He has drinks.
Okay.
And he gets a ride back to the Lang residence. And he again sleeps in the van with Emily's body still in the shower. And the next day, he goes out to Burlington with his sister. He gets coffee. And again, he goes out to eat.
Yeah? What's next?
And again, he says nothing to Nicole about what he did to Emily. And after gallivanting around downtown, he heads back to St. Albans, and on his way, he stops at Hannaford.
On it. Yes.
To buy bleach. Because despite him continuing with his life as if nothing has happened, he does have a mess to clean up.
Sure thing.
And amongst all of these activities, he decides that he needs to make her body easier to carry, easier to move, and easier to discard. Mr. Ferlazzo uses this serrated saw.
Let's go.
And
you right there.
Her arms, her legs, her feet, and her head. The same torso, absolutely riddled with stab wounds, including one striking her heart.
Okie dokie.
3 different knives had her DNA on them. At least 3 different knives were used to stab her heart 1 time, her abdomen 8 times, and her back 9 times. Then he puts each piece of her body in garbage bags. And on Monday morning, before leaving for New Hampshire to get his Jeep, which he told you he needed in order to bury Emily's body in the woods, he just can't help himself. Knowing full well exactly where she is and what he has done to her, he texts her phone one last time. You're...
Yes.
I don't deserve this.
Yep.
You're... I don't deserve it.
But despite all this, he didn't take a guilty plea. So in December 2024, Joseph was brought to trial on the charge of murder. There, his story changed. He didn't deny that he'd killed Emily, but now he was claiming it was out of self-defense. Completely against what he said in that first interview, he now stated that Emily had been attacking him when he went for his gun.
I swatted her with the throw pillow, and I said, "Stop hitting." That's when it happened. She said, "That's it. You're dead." And she threw her arm under her pillow, and she pulls her hand out with the Taurus. And
How were you feeling?
I was feeling horrified.
Were you afraid?
I was terrified. Like there was as soon as I saw that, I just felt like this wave of heat, just like red hot. I was holding my Glock, and she started just coming up at me, and I just fired. She was gonna shoot me.
He claimed that Emily had attacked him whenever she got jealous about his friends, citing his non-monogamous past.
It was her idea to be monogamous because she did say to me, "I don't want to share you, and I don't want you to share me," which I said, that's only going to last so long until you find someone that you're interested in, and then I will find someone that I'm interested in, and then we'll just have, whether it's group interactions or if it's separate interactions.
Putting aside this tension that may or may not have existed about the sexuality of your and Emily's relationship,
right?
How did the rest of your relationship go with her?
Well, there was obvious flaws to the communication breakdown, and it started to spur arguments. I left my device open for her to see who I was talking to.
Your phone?
My phone.
Affirmative.
Yes.
And it led to, it led to
A most valuable tool.
violence. And
Well,
I'll be right over.
Explain what you mean by
physical abuse started coming into our relationship, where she would go through my phone and then respond by beating on me.
Joseph said he'd come from a violent background.
Was there a time when you were growing up that social services, child welfare was called?
Yes, there was.
Tell me about how that came about.
Physical discipline from my mother. I believe that they were hanger marks.
Hanger?
Yeah, from being hit with a hanger. A close hanger.
Okay. So you were hit as a child?
Yes.
His mother, he said, had beat him frequently. This, according to him, had led him into a series of toxic relationships as an adult.
So you just testified that it was normal for to lash out physically when a person gets frustrated?
Oh, it might not be normal for everyone, but most of my relationships, the women in my life, have been
I'll be right over.
aggressive and I guess I could say physically abusive.
Emily was part of this trend. The violence, he said, was impacting their future together.
She wasn't a gentle person. I wouldn't describe her as gentle. She came in and she said, I can't believe that, and threw everything in the tattoo room around, and she told me she was going to have my license revoked and ruin my business and tell all her friends to not get tattooed by me.
And how did this incident end?
I told her the same thing as I told her before, like, you got to stop hitting me. There's another way to work through this. And at this point, it had been multiple times, and that's when I suggested us getting a couples therapist. So.
And you did?
Yeah, we got a couples therapist. Her name was Dr. Webster. Emily had triggers, and I didn't want to trigger her to make her respond with violence. So I thought working with a therapist would be a good way that I would be able to understand her more. Like I said, we were talking a lot about introducing a child, and I thought if you're gonna hit me, you're gonna hit the child. I'd seen her kick my dog on occasion, and I was like, I was in love with her, and I wanted to move forward with our relationship and have a baby, and I was scared for the baby. So the therapist was the natural choice. Give us the tools that we need to have a healthy, safe space.
They frequently considered divorce, but they never went through with it.
You and Emily considered divorcing at various times over the year that you were married. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Both of you individually?
Yes.
You saw an attorney about getting a divorce?
I never saw an attorney.
Oh, okay. But you thought about it?
Yeah, so, I had gone and gotten papers from the courthouse multiple times.
You did?
Yes.
And do you know if Emily ever considered divorce?
Sometimes I would be pushing for it, sometimes she would be pushing for it. We always would reconcile.
Okay. Why did you consider divorce?
Well, I wanted her to be more responsible with her financial obligations. I wanted her to pay for her own vehicle, her own insurance, her own cell phone plan, her own credit cards. I said I was fine paying for the food, but she had to step up and pay her bills that she came into the relationship with.
He said he never responded with violence when she attacked him, not until that fateful anniversary trip.
So they both had access to their guns that night. He comes back in from walking the dog. She's on the bed, scrolling through her phone, muttering. And he pours himself a drink, one of many that he had that night, many. Vodka and Red Bull. And at some point decides, okay, now I'm going to get into bed. In order to do that, he has to climb across Emily. Emily says something.
Took me ages to learn.
Do something like that. He picks up the red pillow, which was right on the little couch they had next to the bed, and his pillow. Swats her in the head with it. She turns to him and says, "That's it, you're dead. That's it, you're dead." She elbows him in the groin. I had that backwards. First she elbowed him in the groin. Then he picked up the pillow and swatted her. Then he saw, and she said, "That's it, you're dead." He saw her start to pick up the gun and shoot him. And you heard him tell you, I was terrified. I knew she was going to shoot me. That was his belief based on circumstances of that evening, what she said to him, the history of their relationship. He truly believed that she was going to shoot him and that he had to shoot her with the Glock that was already in his hand in order to save his own life.
Right there.
That's what he told you yesterday. It's not what he told the police. But that's what he now remembers happening. He shot her because she disrespected him.
That this case and this crime is about ego. Mr. Ferlazzo's ego. And Mr. Ferlazzo's nearly 42-year-old ego being unable to accept his 22-year-old wife disrespecting him. That ego believed it was his right to cheat on Emily, to have relationships with other women, whether she liked it or not. That same ego believed it was his right to follow Emily one day when she wore her hair a different way and he didn't think she was being truthful to him. That ego was so inflated that even after shooting his wife in the head 2 times, stabbing and her body, bagging her up, and discarding her like trash, he didn't tell his sister because he didn't want to make a bad impression with her boyfriend. So inflated that he didn't tell his sister because he'd promised not to, quote, dump his drama on her.
Understood.
He considered killing his wife drama.
Yes.
An ego so inflated that after killing her, taking her life because he didn't like the things she was saying to him, because she didn't want to be with him anymore, he calls her. He tells her that he doesn't deserve this. The state submits that it is Emily, and only Emily, that did not deserve this. All of the credible evidence presented by the state during this trial, the witness statements, the physical evidence, the forensic evidence, was checked and verified beyond a reasonable doubt.
It also appeared that this might not have been Joseph's first assault on a woman. He was accused of in 2018 by a woman who said he'd also drugged her and threatened to kill her. She said she'd met him at his tattoo parlor. He'd allegedly texted her afterwards, though she hadn't given him her number. They went on a few dates, but on the 3rd date, things took a dark turn. He apparently attacked her and said, "I'm going to stab you, but if you want to, you can text your family and friends and tell them your goodbyes." She said she managed to keep calm enough to escape with her life. No case was filed due to a perceived lack of evidence, and her application for a permanent restraining order was denied. Joseph denied that he'd assaulted her. But if this story was true, it was evidence of a pattern of behavior. First, allegedly, he tried it with this woman, who was also 20 years younger than him, and now, finally, he'd finished it with Emily. The post-mortem revealed that she had been shot twice in the head and then stabbed 18 times after she was already dead. He claimed that he and Emily had been drinking on the Friday night before the murder, but the toxicology report showed no alcohol in her system. He also spent the next few days sending her texts, as if she was still alive, though he claimed not to remember anything he'd done. The prosecutor pressed him on this in cross-examination, and he began to break.
I have no memory, except for there was a memory about the like cutting into her leg with a knife and being sick over it.
Mr. Ferlazzo, you didn't cut into her leg with a knife. You cut into her leg with a saw.
His account was confused, contradictory, and full of inserted moments where he tried to express guilt and sorrow. All the emotions that would be appropriate for someone who'd killed the person they loved to save their own life. But the jury were not taken in. After 5 hours of deliberation, including listening to a 50-minute playback of Joseph's testimony, they convicted him of first-degree murder in December 2024, rejecting his claim of self-defense. They also could have considered 2 lesser charges instead, second-degree murder or voluntary manslaughter, but they chose neither, finding him guilty of the worst crime. There's a mandatory minimum sentence of 35 years. Today, he sits in jail, waiting his sentence, and Emily's family continues to grieve her life, which was cut so tragically short. What do you think about this horrific story? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Until next time, stay safe Keep up with our channel, and we'll see you very soon on The Decoder.
You right there? Yeah. Uh-huh. No problem. Uh-huh. No problem. You right there? Yeah.
Ready for duty? Yep. Uh-huh.
Finally, some action. Okay. Okie dokie.
Zurück auf den Posten.
Small caliber will do for now. You right there?
Glad to assist. Let's go. Understood. Uh-huh. I'll be right over. Affirmative.
Sure thing.
Let's go. Affirmative. Affirmative. Okay. Okay. Understood. I'll be right over. Understood. This one packs a punch. Sneeze and wheeze. I'll be right over. Understood. I'll be right over. Yep.
On it. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I'll be there. Yep. On the move. Yep. I'll be there. Uh-huh.
Let's go.
Yeah?
Glad to assist.
On it. Coming right over.
Let's go.
On it.
Huh? Let's go.
On it.
Let's go.
Yeah?
Was? Alarm! Wir werden angegriffen!
On the move.
Happy off to quality party tonight.
On the move.
Large airspace.
White.
Glad to assist.
Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike, and in this solo video, we are going to take a look at a story from 2021. It involved a couple setting out on a van life road trip, but they would soon drop off the radar. As the questions began to get asked and worry and fear spread like the plague, it soon seemed that the man with her was not the helpless bystander, but was quickly suspect number one. Now, when he was finally tracked down, his story was exactly that, helpless bystander. Couldn't do a thing.
Glad to assist.
But then he quickly rose to the tippity top of the police's suspect list. Because, I mean, come on, let's be real here. This story is about as disturbing as it gets when the, innocent victim here, he was a victim too. Well, he has a dark and disturbing history that doesn't even just stop with him, it goes beyond him. Sometimes those dark mysteries, they just tend to drip down. But before we get into it, please subscribe to see new stories every single week. Now, how about, you and I? We give it a go. This story took place in the deepest of deep Vermont. A place located within the endless forests, hills, and lakes of western New England. In fact, this case took place in prime leaf peeper season, mid-autumn. If you were looking for the perfect fall day, then a place you might want to go would be Bolton, Vermont. A tiny wee place, maybe over 1,000 folk call it home. On Friday, October 15th, 2021, newly married 22-year-old registered nurse Emily Ferlazzo and her brand new shampoo husband, 41-year-old tattoo artist Joseph Ferlazzo, they set out from their home in New Hampshire in their brand new, freshly converted camper van. This was to celebrate their one big year wedding anniversary.
On the move.
It was peak leaf season, so what else would you want to be doing but driving around the twisting, turning roads of deep-ass Vermont, drinking your pumpkin spice lattes and your apple ciders while marveling at the vibrant reds and oranges of dying leaves. When you think about it, it's a bit weird. By that stage, folk would already be getting the decorations out and clearing off the dust of your giant skeletons. It's pumpkin picking time. You're getting ready for the big day that's only about 2 weeks away. The ghouls would soon be on the loose. But some monsters wouldn't wait that long. By the morning of Saturday, the 16th of October, one day after setting out on this supposedly happy, loving time, Emily and her phone, they went silent. None of her friends or family heard anything from her. Joseph, on the other hand, he sent a text to his sister Nikki offering to bring her coffee over that morning to the Airbnb where she was staying. Joe Ferlazzo, he had a lot of connections to this part of Vermont, Burlington and the kind of surrounding areas. A lot of friends there, a lot of family there. So his sister says, yeah, come on over, bring me a cup of Joe. Joseph arrives to where she was staying, hops in, has a shower in her Airbnb. And, you know, when he was asked, oh, hey, you know, you're supposed to be on your wedding anniversary trip with your new wife. How's Emily? He said she's grand. She's just sleeping in back at the camper van. She's doing good. The two then went out for breakfast and for mimosas. Nikki asked her brother Joe, at Two Artists, would you mind doing a little scribble right here? He says, sure, why not? And then they headed up to another city called St. Albans, where one of Joseph's friends, he lived there, and they were like, you know, we'll pop into him as well. They then had dinner there before parting ways that evening. Joseph went back to Emily, who was supposedly still in their camper van. The following morning, which was now the 17th, he met up with his sibling again in Burlington. They hung out. They then went back to that same friend in St. Albans and had a barbecue there that night. A few drinks, a few laughs, and interestingly enough, a busy time for Joe, seeing all his family, all his friends in this area when, again, as I said, he's supposedly on his wedding anniversary trip with his wife of 1 year. And he's too busy to see her, too busy to be on the trip that he's supposedly on already. And no one has seen or heard from Emily during all this time. Huh, it's weird. Then the following morning, Joe took a motorbike he'd been storing at this friend's house where, you know, in St. Albans, where he'd been having a barbecue and a bonfire. He took his motorbike and he drove the 3 hours down to New Hampshire to visit Emily's parents, who they had been staying with before they went on this trip. And Emily's parents are like, where's Emily? You seem to be having a great time, but where's the person you're supposed to be on vacation with? Joseph said, don't know, couldn't tell you. He claimed that the couple were traveling along the Bolton Valley Access Road in their camper van when an argument started. This was on Saturday afternoon at around 1 p.m. According to Joseph, Emily had gotten out and walked away alone along the side of the road. Joseph claimed he continued on without her and went to a convenience store in the town of Bolton. He insisted to them he hadn't seen her since she left the van, despite claiming to have returned to where he last saw her and had been looking for her, and sending her copious amounts of texts to no response.
On the move.
So, okay. So first he told his sister, oh, she's fine, she's back in the van sleeping. And now he's telling the in-laws, oh, she stormed off and who knows? So needless to say, Emily's parents were not happy nor convinced with Joseph's response to where their daughter was. And they weren't too happy that she had been seemingly left out in the woods alone. Like, that's your wife of 1 year you're talking about. And to say a thing or two about a thing or two, you had left her in the middle of Nowheresville, Vermont. So A, that's weird that she's there and she's seemingly now not answering her phone. And 2, he had been partying like it was 1999 after ditching her.
Right now, Vermont State Police are searching for a missing woman from New Hampshire. 22-year-old Emily Ferlazzo was last seen in Bolton, Vermont on Saturday. Tonight, police say her disappearance is suspicious. Now, just hours ago, Emily's husband, 41-year-old Joseph Ferlazzo, was found at a convenience store in St. Albans and is talking with Vermont State Police. They say Joseph was the last person to see Emily before she disappeared. Officials say Emily wandered off after an argument on Saturday, and that Joseph says he drove to a nearby convenience store, and when he returned, she was gone. The owner of that store is now handing over surveillance video to police. Officials ask that anyone with additional information to please contact them.
No way. At this point,
Emily was born while her mother, Adrienne, was still a freshman in college. Before Emily was born, Adrienne's life had been lacking direction, and that all came to an end with Emily's birth. And over the years, she went from being an only child to being surrounded by 5 brothers. 4 to Emily's biological father.
Fuck it up.
and Adrienne's first husband, and a fifth to Emily's stepfather, Adrienne's second husband, David. Emily was a caring child from a young age and carried that gentle nature with her into adulthood, eventually becoming a nurse. Actually, right before she left for the fateful anniversary trip, Emily had told her mother about her intention to return to cosmetology school. Emily had attended an esthetician course in the past at a school in New Hampshire, but had pivoted at the last minute to become a registered nursing assistant instead. She got a job at a general hospital in Laconia, New Hampshire, and then for a few months she took a job as an LNA, licensed nursing assistant, at the University of Vermont Medical Center. Emily just wanted to make people happy. She was a people pleaser, and she had a strong maternal instinct, showing it through her love of animals and a super tight relationship with her youngest brother. Emily's passions weren't limited to the relationships she cultivated with friends or family though. She also had a creative, artistic streak, constantly belting out her favorite tunes. Emily had moved from her parents' home in New Hampshire to a place called Essex Junction in Vermont in the July of 2020, and that's where she actually met a man who went by the name of Joseph Ferlazzo, who was 20 years, almost 20 years her senior. Bit of a difference, especially because she was quite young, 22, he was 41. And after that, it gets even better because they had only been dating for 4 months before they got married after a whirlwind romance. You know me, not one to judge, but I'm not sure if it's the best idea to marry somebody you have less of a relationship with than food still in your fridge. According to Emily's parents, they were suspicious of Joseph from the start, especially Emily's mom. She thought the older man in her daughter's life seemed to be overly controlling towards Emily, and the problems began early on. Before they even got married, Emily was already having to constantly reassure Joseph that she wasn't cheating on him. It was a home run from the start. I mean, they had only been dating each other a couple of months and she already had to constantly reassure his paranoia that she wasn't, sleeping with anybody else, to the extent that one day she had to leave work early to placate, because he truly believed that she was with some other guy and she was like, no, I'm at work. There's a lot of things she should have done to the psycho. Placating him was not one of them. Her stepfather, David, considered Joseph's actions to be a big red flag, but Emily didn't seem too concerned. Her parents would come very close to intervening on several occasions.
Okay. Uh-huh. On the move. I'll be there. Coming right over. Coming right over. Okay.
Mal nachsehen. Ich gehe lieber mal nachsehen. Was?
On the move. I'll be there. Coming right over. I'll be there. Okay. Coming right over. Coming right over. Coming right over. Yes. Yes. Okay. I'll be there. Yes. Coming right over. I'll be there. Coming right over. Coming right over. I'll be there. Yep. I'll be there. On the move. Yes. On the move. Yes. Yep.
Stehen bleiben!
Coming right over. Uh-huh. I'll be there. On the move.
Die Schweine haben einen Kameraden erwischt.
Okay.
Alarm! Bleibt wachsam!
Glad to assist.
What's next? Okie dokie. Yeah. Okay. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Uh-huh. Yep. Yep. I'm telling you, not possible. No problem. Be right there. Be right there.
Glad to assist. Understood. Affirmative. Okay. Yep. Negative. be right over. I'll be right over. Understood. Yes.
Especially when they noticed Emily having bruises. At one point, Emily confided in them about a particularly bad ended an esthetician course in the past at a school in New Hampshire, but had pivoted at the last minute to become a registered nursing assistant instead. She got a job at a general hospital in Laconia, New Hampshire, and then for a few months she took a job as an LNA, licensed nursing assistant, at the University of Vermont Medical Center. Emily just wanted to make people happy. She was a people pleaser, and she had a strong maternal instinct, showing it through her love of animals and a super tight relationship with her youngest brother. Emily's passions weren't limited to the relationships she cultivated with friends or family though. She also had a creative, artistic streak, constantly belting out her favorite, going for dinner with them. Folks knew anything ended an esthetician course in the past at a so did my friend. Police were also very keen to speak with Joseph himself. Joseph, who hadn't hung around with his in-laws. He went back to them, don't know where Emily is, and then he was off. The police were looking for him.
What's next?
It is Tuesday, October 19th. We work for the state police, we're detectives. We've been trying to get up to speed on what's going on today, and it's our understanding that you might be able to help us understand a few things. We are happy to listen. Our ultimate goal is to find Emily.
Let's go.
And we're hoping that you can help us with that. Is it fair to say that you have an idea of what we want to talk about? Yeah. All right. I'm here to talk to you. Like, you don't have to be there. Okay. I fucked up. Like I said.
Understood.
In the interview room, Joseph gave a very different account of events leading up to Emily's parents calling 911, which they had just done the evening before. In the meantime, officers searched their camper van left behind.
Sure thing.
White.
Ready for duty?
Happy off the quality part of time.
Finally, some action.
Yes.
Joseph said that almost as soon as they arrived into Vermont late on the Friday, which was, the first day of their trip, they'd gotten into a big ol' argument. Only thing was, though, she hadn't stormed out, like he told her parents she did. She had told him she had enough, and she wanted out of the marriage. It seems that to Emily, the straw that finally broke the camel's back was Joseph's idea that he was under absolutely no obligation to be faithful to her, all the while being paranoid about who she may be seeing, making her leave work early, following her around town, all the while he was free to go and hang out with his ex-wife.
As soon as I put the vehicle in park,
What's next?
my wife might leave me because they're completely psychotic. And I shot her. Now here we are.
That was it. Emily then wouldn't respond to him any further. She just sat down, lay on the bed. Joseph kind of hummed and hawed for about 5-10 minutes before snapping.
Just a lot of hurtful things. I can't even remember all of them. But all I know is I was just dumbfounded. I am punching back. So I didn't want to be punching back anymore. So was Emily punching you? I just had like a moment, and then I don't know, where was she punching you? In my arm, kicking me in the front, just like body blows. And, she had stopped fighting, and she had gone and laid down.
Then I jumped on top of her. Not sure.
How many times?
Glad to assist.
How much time passed between when she went to lay in bed and to when you got the clock out?
Anyway, I was just listening 10 to 15 minutes. That's
So she was laying in bed 10 to 15 minutes before. Was she sleeping when you jumped on top of her?
yeah, well, 15 minutes actually sounds long, but it's probably more like 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
Right. I never thought anybody could push me to that.
He got up, grabbed his pistol, climbed up on top of Emily, who was on the bed, in their camper van, put a pillow over her head, and fired twice.
Achtung, Sie greifen an!
She was shot at such close range that both of the 9mm rounds passed clean through both the pillow and her skull, and came to rest on another pillow next to her. She had no chance to defend herself. She was very likely dead before her brain could even register. Immediately after killing her, Joseph retrieved a plastic bag from the camper's kitchen cabinet, which he then tied around Emily's neck in order to stop the flow of blood. It was a clean, cold, calculated execution. Joseph then dragged his wife's body into the camper's cramped bathroom stall before he went to lunch with his sister and her boyfriend. In between lunch and meeting his sister again for dinner, Joseph returned to the camper, and after he moved the van to a quieter location, things went from dark drama to all-out horror show. Joseph took his wife's body and using a handsaw, he began to dismember her. He cut off her feet, her legs, her arms, and her head, placing each into a separate black trash bag. Even with the red flags Emily's parents had noticed, even with the dark history he already had, I don't think anybody could have foreseen the horror show, the grotesque horror show that he would be capable of.
Yes.
What was the plan with Emily's body? Like, if the police hadn't shown up last night, what was your plan?
Sure thing.
I didn't really have a plan. I was just gonna take it into the woods and drop it off. I cut her body and put it in multiple bags.
Okay. Tell me about that. How did you cut her body?
I used a saw.
Understood.
Cut her body into smaller.
Keep the hands out of the jaws.
Take it in the woods.
Took me ages to
Where did you do that?
Yes.
On the bus. So, both arms, both legs, the feet and the head. So, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different pieces, roughly.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Has there ever been any domestic violence or physical abuse or anything between the two of you?
Again, same kind of thing, like, it starts off, like, with her, just, like, looking through my phone, and then she'll walk right up to you and just punch you in the side of your eyeball. I wish it didn't happen. I wish I could turn back time. I wish that,
Yes.
I was just, I don't know. She was saying how, she's like, I'm gonna fucking ruin your life, and I'm gonna make sure you lose your license, and I'll make sure nobody ever comes to you again. And I was just scared, and I was hurt.
Why was she saying that?
I don't know. I don't know, dude. Like, it was ridiculous. Like, she literally was trying to break me down any way that she would. Like,
what's your stand?
I don't know if you've ever just, like, wanted to be a dick.
What would you say?
Took me ages to Okay. Yep, us.
You don't fucking treat people like this.
I'll be right over.
The trash bags, by the way, were still in the camper van when the police searched it after Joseph's arrest. At the end of October, Emily's family held a celebration of her life. Joined by friends and members of the community, the family gathered for 2 hours on October 29th to remember Emily and the positive impact she had on everyone she met. Meanwhile, facing charges of first-degree premeditated murder, Joseph had made it clear he intended to contest the charges in spite of his earlier confession and entered a plea of not guilty. In January 2023, with Joseph still being held without bond in the county jail pending the criminal charges, a civil suit concluded following a hearing of the evidence, with Joseph being found liable for Emily's death and ordered to pay her family $1.5 million in damages. While legally speaking, the civil verdict should have no impact on the outcome of the upcoming criminal case, regardless, Joseph being found liable for Emily's death didn't bode well for his defense counsel at the upcoming trial. As is often the case with civil suits, Emily's family, they never really expected to receive the full damages. The suit was more about having an official judgment against Joseph on the record. Plus, it meant that any personal assets belonging to the couple would automatically go to Emily's family.
Negative. Understood. I'll be right over.
Joseph's actual trial began in December 2024, my friends.
They argued because Mr. Ferlazzo seemed to believe that he didn't have any obligations to be monogamous with his wife, be faithful to her, and she told him she was done. She told him she did not want to be with him.
What's next?
That she could not do it anymore, and that she wanted to leave. And 1 minute after midnight, Mr. Ferlazzo turns off his phone. Done arguing, Emily laid down in bed while Mr. Ferlazzo stayed up and stewed. He became enraged at Emily while she lay in bed scrolling on her phone with her head on her pillow. Mr. Ferlazzo sat on the couch, thinking, planning. For what he told police was 5 to 10 minutes. For at least 5 minutes, Mr. Ferlazzo sits on the couch and stews.
Let's go.
The defense called only one witness to testify, in Joseph's defense. That witness was Joseph himself. But hold on to your butts, folks. Contrary to what he had said the first time, the story had now changed. In the initial interrogation and confession, he just said he snapped and he shot her in cold blood. It was almost like at that time he was vomiting up, regurgitating his guilt and his remorse about what he did to this beloved young woman. She was killed before her life had even started. But now, it was a very different Joseph in the courtroom. He'd had a couple of years, he had like 2 years to think about, how can I get out of this jam? He was now pleading his innocence. He still said, yep, shot her and killed her, but now he was saying it was in self-defense. Couldn't be helped. Joseph's lawyer confirmed to the court that Emily and Joseph's relationship was fraught with violence. But it was the 5 foot and a couple of peanuts tall Emily, not the 6 foot plus Joseph, who was the instigator. No, not the man who had a very dark history of dark shit, and it looks like a dickhead. Hell no, it was Joe. Hell yes, it was Emily. Joseph himself painted a very twisted picture of the run-up to him pulling the trigger on the morning she died. He was now claiming that she was baiting 7 shades of shite out of him.
Let's go.
So I was climbing over her, and she shouted, "Fuck off!"
What's next?
And
Ready for duty?
she threw an elbow at me, and elbowed me in my groin.
Did that hurt?
Yeah, it hurt. It was right to my genitals.
Did you say anything when she said fuck off?
Keep the hands out of the jaws.
I didn't say anything when she said "fuck off." I got hit in the groin, and I said, "No more hitting."
Joseph's new narrative was that Emily had gone off on him, physically assaulting him, kicking and punching him in the balls repeatedly. He claims to have only shot Emily with the Glock 17 already in his hand when she'd gone to get her own gun. a Taurus semi-auto pistol from under the pillow of the bed, and he alleged that Emily told him,
I said, "Stop hitting." And
I'll be right over.
that's when it happened.
What happened?
Under fire!
She said, "That's it. You're dead."
well, there's no way to misinterpret that.
And she threw her arm under her pillow, and she pulls her hand out with the Taurus.
Understood.
And
How were you feeling?
I was feeling horrified, just
Were
like
you afraid?
I was terrified. I was holding my Glock, and she started just like coming up at me, and I just fired.
Why?
Understood.
She was gonna shoot me.
Yep.
And you were afraid?
Very.
Throughout his testimony, Joseph's lawyer was forced to constantly lead him to claim, to have been scared, something the prosecution quickly got fed up with and objected to, an objection which was sustained by the judge.
Yes, for some time I said.
So wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait.
There's a series of leading questions, Ms. Jansen.
Yes, I've been told. So what did you...
Wait till I finish.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No more leading questions, all right?
I'll be right over.
The prosecutor quickly called bullshit on all that and jumped on the absurdity of Joseph's new account.
And as you were using the carpenter saw in the van to dismember Emily, at no time did you have a thought of, I should call the police?
No, I did not call the police.
As you're cutting her arm off and you're getting sick, you don't think, this has gone far enough, I have to call the police?
I don't have a recollection of a lot of
Affirmative.
The event.
You do have a recollection of
Okay.
getting sick when you did that.
I do have a recollection of. There was one recollection that it's like a flash of a recall of like taking a knife across her leg.
Well, you used a saw to cut her body up.
That's what the evidence shows.
Yes, and that's what you told police in the video.
Affirmative.
I have no memory except for there was a memory about the like cutting into her leg with a knife.
I'll be
No,
right over.
that doesn't seem right. So I actually seem to recall. Are we still talking about this? Or are you done?
And even directly accused him of lying to the court, having previously been caught in lies told to Adrienne and David, Emily's parents, as well as the police.
So, Mr. Ferlazzo, we can agree that you lie.
Yes, I have lied to people.
You're lying today.
About.
Everything.
Understood.
I'm sitting here giving you my recall of what I have to work with.
No questions.
See, it was pretty easy to poke holes in Joe's story because the prosecutor pressed him on, okay, so you shot and killed Emily in self-defense, you say, but then you were, over the following 3 days, you were out partying, boogieing, having a great old time, drinking beers, hanging out with friends, hanging out with family. Life couldn't get any better while your dead wife of 1 year, who you didn't even want to kill, lay back in the camper van, dismembered. Not once did he snap to his senses saying, shit, shot my wife.
What's next?
It's not good. Nah, it's beer o'clock. Instead, all the evidence pointed towards Joseph's original admission of guilt being true. Every action he took from the moment Emily died was carried out with self-preservation in mind. Joseph had multiple opportunities to come clean and admit what happened, but he knew the evidence wouldn't support his claims of self-defense, and so he butchered his wife's corpse, intending to dispose of her remains before they could be found. But instead, he didn't get that chance, leaving her in trash bags inside the camper van. Further to the obvious signs of Joseph trying to hide the crime, using a trash bag to stop the blood spreading, the cutting up of the body, the flipping of the mattress, Testimony from the chief medical examiner who handled Emily's autopsy revealed that Emily's body hadn't only been mutilated with the intention of, being easier to hide, but also she had been stabbed another 18 times after her death. And there you go, that's pure aggression, violence. Who know what she did to him, but he snapped and did like the worst of the worst. Maybe she didn't even say she wanted to end the marriage. Maybe it could have been something just purely innocuous, and he was ready to get extremely violent in the middle of nowhere, Vermont. Lord knows what he was doing in the tree holidays. He had her, in the camper. What a psycho! Hard to top. When asked to account for the discrepancies in the differing versions Joseph gave, not only was he claiming that the earlier confession had been coerced and obtained under undue pressure from the detectives, he also told the court that his memory was, quote, sporadic, and he didn't even remember talking to the troopers on the day of his arrest. This damn mind of mine, my stupid brain, if only it could work, if only I could remember doing, what I'd been doing on the most horrifying day ever. Seems like it would be something that would be kind of like burned up here, but no. Joseph, can't remember. Initially, he said he shot her in the bed, but then later, while in jail, the real memories came back to him. And that's when he remembered the whole self-defense thing that, she came at him with a gun, he shot her dead, and all that. It's amazing how these memories come to you a week after you've already confessed to the police.
You're testifying today about what you remember. When did these memories come to you?
Like a week or 2 weeks, probably closer to 2 weeks later, after being in the cell.
Okay.
And in fact, his story that she had a gun was directly contradicted by the fact that both of the pistols were his. Emily did not have a gun. His story that he remembers Emily's body falling after he killed her is directly contradicted by the physical and forensic evidence. This case and this crime is about ego. Mr. Ferlazzo's ego. And Mr. Ferlazzo's nearly 42-year-old ego being unable to accept his 22-year-old wife disrespecting him. That ego believed it was his right to cheat on Emily, to have relationships with other women, whether she liked it or not. That same ego believed it was his right to follow Emily one day when she wore her hair a different way, and he didn't think she was being truthful to him.
I whistle and they come running.
That ego was so inflated that even after shooting his wife in the head 2 times, stabbing and dismembering her body, bagging her up, and discarding her like trash, he didn't tell his sister because he didn't want to make a bad impression with her boyfriend.
I'll be right over.
So inflated that he didn't tell his sister because he promised not to, quote, dump his drama on her. He considered killing his wife drama.
The jury deliberated for only 2 hours before they were ready to declare a verdict. And it was not a surprising verdict.
After hearing the testimony, it took the jury less than 2 hours to reach a guilty verdict. Emily's mother saying this verdict is the next best thing to having her daughter with her.
Joseph will be sentenced early in 2025. A sentence of life without parole seems very likely. Hopefully, it's one he will get.
Not the most common tool.
And before I close out this one, I made a passing reference to Joe Ferlazzo's dark history. And you know what? It's not the first time the name Joseph Ferlazzo has been linked to a horrific murder. In October 2009, Joseph's own stepmother, Young Hee Lim Ferlazzo, was brutally stabbed to death at her home in Upper Gwynedd Township, Pennsylvania. Though it wasn't this Joseph Ferlazzo linked to that, it was his namesake, his old man, Joseph Ferlazzo Sr. See, Joseph Sr., he owned a massage spa called Osaka Therapeutic Spa in Reading, Pennsylvania. But it was one of those, massage, happy lads, massage parlors. Lads leave very happy when they go there. The business was raided by the police 6 months before Young Hee's death. This was in May 2009. They arrested a number of sex workers there. They arrested the manager, or madame, of this massage parlor, who was actually a cousin of Young Hee, and Joseph Ferlazzo, who was the owner of this business. What? My massage parlor is actually like a brothel? It must be joking. Joseph Sr. said he had no idea hanky-panky handies were being handed out like cotton candy in the business that he owned. Authorities found that, hard to believe. Then, in October 2009, so 6 months after the business was raided, Young-hee Lim Ferlazzo was found stabbed to death inside her own house. Joseph Sr. was the man who just happened to find the body. He said he just came home, she was stabbed to death. In home, covered in blood. He had been out, he found her around midnight, he said, because he'd been out grocery shopping. Grocery shopping at midnight, as you do, sure, so no better. I mean, at least the stores will be quiet. I mean, if they're open, which they usually aren't. But that's what his story was. But he was never arrested nor charged, and the murder of Young-hee Lim Ferlazzo remains unsolved to this day. Police did, when Joseph Ferlazzo Jr. Was, being investigated for Emily's death, police did want to speak with him about his stepmom. But there's been no progress on that since. But another very horrifying and strange murder runs in the family. And Shanae, my friends, that is the horrifying and disturbing story of Emily and Joe Ferlazzo. A horrifying conclusion to what should have been one of the happy times. Instead, a monster did what a monster does, and poor Emily didn't see it coming. She just wanted to see the best in him, turn things around. But it's like asking a tiger to change its spots or stripes or whatever they have, you know what I mean? He was just gearing up towards what he would do. I mean, he'd been gearing up for it for a while with that previous incident back in 2018, attacking a young woman and threatening to murder her. Then he murders somebody. Perhaps Joe was telling the truth the first time that Emily, came to her senses, I guess you could say, that she realized that the marriage was deader than a dead thing that's been dead for a long time, and she wanted to end it, and Joe just snapped. But who knows, because I don't think you can believe word one of what comes out of his mouth. So stay safe, folks. Monsters are real, and sometimes, unfortunately, as we see in this case, monsters can be in your own bed. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate you being here. Watching this whole video means a lot to me.
If I were to describe a sociopathic, self-absorbed YouTuber who uses their channel as a makeshift diary to talk about every moment of their life, you might think I was talking about Onision. It's not a bad guess by any means, but for today's video, it's actually wrong, as there is a second individual who also matches this description.
Hi, and welcome to my video. Annoying things that my wife does that irritates me.
This is Daniel Lord. His tendency to publicly share every thought, feeling, and event in his life, no matter how incriminating or embarrassing, has garnered himself infamy as one of the most bizarre people on the entire internet.
At the end of one of my previous videos, I joked about how I broke my tripod leg because I was using it to stimulate my prostate. That wasn't actually a joke, it was 100% true.
On his YouTube channel, Hiding in My Room, he's uploaded over 1,000 videos in which he carelessly overshares every detail of his life, including his many unsavory habits and opinions. With the overwhelming amount of similarities, it's no surprise that this behavior has led many to refer to Daniel as the Asian Onision.
I've noticed some people saying that we're both manipulative. Yes, sometimes I do manipulate people. But then, so do you, and so does your mum. I guess that means we're all Onision.
From countless divorces and public breakups, habitual oversharing, and a plethora of other horrible decisions, this is only scratching the surface of the bizarre world of Hiding in My Room. But first, a word from our sponsor.
Oh boy, I just got a new package from GamerSupps in the mail. I wonder what's in it. Here we've got Guacamole Gamer Farts 9000, one of my personal favorite flavors. Oh, how could I be so silly as to not expect Dragon Fruit Punch, also one of my favorite flavors. Not to mention Anime Girl Thigh. Really, dude? Oh, would you look at that? A convenient shaker cup for me to put my GamerSupps and my water in so I can drink it. I don't know if you guys have heard. They're saying that GamerSupps increases testosterone, makes you taller, and makes your penis longer. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what GamerSupps is saying, but that's what they're saying, so, Now, they also make snacks now. This one is peanut butter. Who doesn't love a little treat? The instant noodles are crazy good. I love ramen noodles. I think they're really good, and these are awesome. This one is chicken, definitely my favorite. I'm kind of a chicken guy. Why don't they have a turkey flavor? Use gamersupps.gg/Tom for 10% off any order today, right now. Give me money, thank you.
Daniel Lord was born on March 20th, 1989 in Maidstone, England. Not much is known about his early life, but we do know that at the age of 10, Daniel switched schools and had a very difficult time adjusting to his new environment, leaving him with very few friends. He hoped that his social issues would iron themselves out, but as he became a teenager and moved on to high school, things only got worse. Daniel quickly became the target of frequent bullying, pushing him into total social isolation and opting to instead spend time alone playing video games. Games provided an escape from the real world where he wouldn't have to confront the harsh realities of his life. Instead, he could sink thousands of hours into a virtual world where he could be the person he always wanted to be in real life. Once he graduated from high school, he had no aspirations to pursue higher education or have a career of any kind. He just wanted to play games all day. His father, understandably upset about this, strongly encouraged him to go to a university or get any kind of job, something that Daniel was adamantly against. He fully intended to live out the rest of his life playing World of Warcraft. According to Daniel himself, the reason he refused to live the normal life that his parents wanted for him was because of the social ostracizing he experienced at an early age. He felt betrayed by society and didn't want to be a part of it. Daniel had become so disillusioned in his earlier life that he was only a few bad turns away from a much darker path. In 2014, Elliot Rodger carried out a violent rampage, killing 6 and injuring 14 others. In a now deleted video titled "The Similarities Between Me and Elliot Rodger," Daniel talks about his recent discovery of Rodger's manifesto, My Twisted World. As he listened through an audiobook version of the document, he was shocked at the large amount of similarities between their stories. They were both half Malaysian and half British, they both had YouTube channels, they both loved World of Warcraft, and even many of their own lived experiences drew many parallels.
After watching a few of his videos, I felt really conflicted, like I felt like I hated him and was disgusted by what he had done, but at the same time, I felt like I could understand all these issues that he was having, and I felt kind of sorry for him, like I pitied him. And then I found out he had written this manifesto, which is basically a 140-page story that he had written of his entire life from childhood until present day. There was an audiobook version. I stayed up all night last night. I listened to 4 hours worth of it. I haven't gotten through to the remaining 6 just because, and I was just amazed at how similar he is to me. His experiences growing up, I felt like I was listening to my own life story being read out by this robotic woman's voice. It was really creepy.
Thankfully, key differences in Daniel's personality prevented him.
Understood. I whistle and they come running. Hmm?
Das muss ich mir
Glad to assist.
Hier hat sich doch was
Watch your
bewegt.
step.
Alarm!
I whistle and they come running. Hmm? Ready for duty?
Das muss ich mir anschauen. Hä? Da versteckt sich doch jemand.
Took me ages to learn.
Yeah.
Took me ages to learn.
Yes.
Ready for duty? Took me ages to learn.
On it.
Let's go.
Steckt sich doch jemand.
Yeah.
Ready for duty?
I must admit, I'm almost starting to miss the hot shot.
Didn't expect to hear that from you.
A very rustic, fist-swinging, throwing heads through a wall type of charm. On it.
Sure thing. Okie dokie. Okay. Yeah.
Ready for duty? Yep. Glad to assist. Yes.
On it. Okay. Okay.
Affirmative.
I'll be there. Yep. On the move.
Ready for duty? Okay.
I'll be there.
Sure thing.
Him from traveling down the same dark path. He points out distinctions between himself and Roger, such as his ability to accept rejection, his indifference to society's
On the move.
role of a father figure in the young girl's life. However, his girlfriend clearly expected much more, hoping that Daniel would move to Japan and propose to her. But before the two could even meet, Daniel already began voicing his grievances. In the video titled, "I Have Nothing in Common with My Girlfriend," which was originally titled, "My Girlfriend is the Most Boring Person in the World," he, with the overwhelming amount of If I were to describe a sociopathic, self-absorbed YouTuber who uses their channel as a makeshift diary to talk about every moment of their life, you might think I was talking about Onision. It's not a bad guess by any means, but for today's video, it's actually wrong, as there is a second individual who also matches this description.
Hi, and welcome to my video. Annoying things that my wife does that irritates me.
This is Daniel Lord. His tendency to publicly share every thought, feeling, and event in his life, no matter how incriminating or embarrassing, has garnered himself infamy as one of the most bizarre people on the entire internet.
At the end of one of my previous videos, I joked about how I broke my tripod leg because I was using it to stimulate my prostate. That wasn't actually a joke, it was 100% true.
On his YouTube channel, Hiding in My Room, he's uploaded over 1,000 videos in which he carelessly overshares every detail of his life, including his many unsavory habits and opinions. With the overwhelming amount of similarities, it's no surprise that this behavior has led many to refer to Daniel as the Asian Onision.
I've noticed some people saying that we're both manipulative. Yes, sometimes I do manipulate people, but then so do you, and so does your mum. I guess that means we're all Onision.
From countless divorces and public breakups, habitual oversharing, and a plethora of other horrible decisions, this is only scratching the surface of the bizarre world of Hiding in My Room. But first, a word from our sponsor.
Oh boy, I just got a new package from Gamer Subs in the mail. I wonder what's
audiobook version of the documentation or heaven life. Instead, he only got worse. And had a life. But
right now, give me money. Thank you.
Daniel Lord was born on March 20.
On the move.
Glad to assist.
Yep. Yep. Sure thing.
Ready for duty?
This is starting to look bad.
Let's go.
Okie dokie. What's next? No problem.
Better not lose him.
On the move.
Okay.
Sure thing. I've always had sticky fingers.
Let's go.
Okie dokie.
On it.
Finally, some action. Okie dokie. Be right there. No problem. Be right there. Yeah. Okay. No problem. Be right there. Yeah. Okay.
I just don't have any argument or anything to say to them, and they were good points, they were valid points, and he hit the nail on the head. And I will continue using YouTube as a personal diary, as a therapy session, because Because I want to.
Shortly after the Elvis the Alien video, Daniel made his way to England with his wife to celebrate Christmas with his family. Everything went off without a hitch, and the two eventually made their way back to Japan. But then, the unexpected happened.
So, long story short, we're going back to England. Tickets are booked. We're going to the airport today. It's about 5 a.m. in the morning right now. My dad's really ill. He's really sick.
His father came down with a severe case of sepsis as well as multi-organ failure and was placed into a medically induced coma.
I hope he lasts long enough until I get back home. I just want to see him again, even if he's in a coma, even if he's not conscious. I just want to see him. All I want is I just want to see him I just want to see him breathing, just one last time. It just happened so quickly. He was fine a few weeks ago. There's nothing wrong with him, and he just got the flu.
This is one of the few moments where we see Daniel be actually emotional. Typically, he remains very monotone and calm throughout his videos, no matter what he's talking about. Pure expressions of emotion are pretty rare, so it's interesting to see how this really got him distraught. As a tribute, Daniel even created an illustrated animation telling the story of his father, Robert Lord.
I wish I showed more of an interest in things he was interested in. I wish we could have done more things together. Sometimes I wonder if he feels disappointed that I didn't really follow in his footsteps in any way at all.
Moments like these are reminders that Daniel is a real guy. His behavior and talking points often lead many to believe he's simply a troll. However, the likelihood that Daniel would remain in character and document his father's potential death, just like any other life event, is pretty improbable. Although that's not inherently a good thing, because it also means that many of Daniel's unsavory behaviors and actions are genuine as well. As nice as it is to see a more human side to him, it's equally foreboding to think that none of this is an act at all.
Why is it wrong to make money off of my family's suffering? Okay, so one of the major complaints is that I'm milking my dad's situation. I don't really think that's true. I've made a couple of videos about what's going on, and that's just because that's what I do on my channel. I make videos about what's going on in my life, and at the moment, this is what's going on in my life.
But videos like this are a little weirder looking back in hindsight when you consider that a few days later, Daniel's father would pass away.
He died.
Okie dokie.
Didn't think that would be so hard. I thought I could at least say the first bit without breaking down.
Now, Daniel had initially done his best to push back against the idea that he was milking his father's death for views. But only a few days after his dad's funeral, he created a video titled "Why I Hated My Dad." The video was clickbait and designed to get attention and nothing else. But obviously some found it weird that he was essentially clickbaiting the passing of a family member right after pushing back against people who claimed that he was trying to profit off of the passing of that same family member. And at the same time, other personal struggles began to rear their head. Daniel's wife remained in Japan while he stayed in England for his father's funeral, which gave her ample time to find incriminating evidence of his misdeeds.
We're getting divorced.
Right there.
Yep. I know, no one's surprised. Everyone knew that this was going to happen. But we are getting divorced, and it's mainly because my wife said that she can't trust me anymore after what she saw on the SD card.
The SD card in question contained images and videos of him with other women from before his marriage, as well as a collection of nude photos he was sent by a plethora of different women. As a result, his soon-to-be ex-wife sent him divorce papers in the mail. This issue was exacerbated by a trip Daniel took to London a short time later, where his wife believed he was sleeping with other women. As a result, she threatened to file a lawsuit against Daniel for cheating, which, yes, by the way, you can do this in Japan, as adultery is illegal. Ultimately, this didn't seem to bother Daniel all that much though, as he began another journey looking for a brand new sweetheart.
You might have heard that I'm going to Germany this week, and you might be wondering why. And this is a video where I'm going to try and explain why. I guess it sounds a bit strange, a bit sudden, because I've never shown any interest in going to Germany before, until now. Well, a few weeks ago, I made a video titled "I'm looking for a girlfriend," and it was a big success because I got quite a lot of messages on Instagram, and after replying to several people, I found one girl who seemed quite nice, and she lives in Germany.
So Daniel got on a train and headed to Germany. Things initially looked up, with Daniel stating that he even found this girl attractive. However, when they went back to his hotel, he didn't get the bowl of cereal he wanted. Instead, she apparently spent the entire time taking a call from her ex-boyfriend. Once it was over, he thought he would finally have some alone time with her to have cereal, but after her phone rang a second time, she excused herself from the hotel room to take the call and just never came back.
I knew she wasn't coming back. I could just feel it. I can just sense that she was not coming back. And I got a message from her saying, she said, "Sorry, but I don't think I can stay the night with you." And then she said she's not coming back. She said her ex-boyfriend was guilt-tripping her. And then she also said that she wasn't ready and she wasn't in the mood to do anything. And I didn't even like her, apparently, according to her.
This ruined Daniel's plans for the trip, as she was the entire reason he came to Germany in the first place. However, you might notice that the situation is eerily similar to his encounter with Tomoko. He traveled to a different country to meet with a girl who wouldn't even last one night. And much like his previous trip to Japan, Daniel was able to find a rebound to keep himself entertained while away from home. He met up with a woman who he refers to as the Turkish girl. While he did manage to share a bowl of cereal with her, Daniel still found a way to be upset at her relatively quickly.
You might have noticed that she's been commenting on my comment section, and she was pretty active in the live chat on my live stream. After I ended the live stream, apparently she was saying all kinds of stuff about me, saying that, number one, I ignored her, that I wasn't interested in her, that I made her bleed, and she was crying, and all of this is true, but let me try and explain it from my point of view.
Rather than spending time with her in the hotel room, Daniel opted to sit on his laptop and play video games. In a flirtatious attempt to get his attention, this Turkish girl sat on his lap and told him she didn't like being ignored. Daniel simply didn't care about this, and she angrily left to take a shower. While she was gone, he began complaining about her on his public Discord server, which she found out about and obviously wasn't too happy about. While he does concede that he isn't interested in her due to her being unattractive in his view, he says that